Good morning, Carmen. Can you hear me? The broadcasting?
How long have we been there operating? Decades.
Well, it's been there decades, but we've been operating since 2019.
Everybody who got seats for folks? Somebody that going? Oh, it's okay. Okay, great. Good morning, San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. It's about 9:30 a.m. I am calling to order a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, which is happily taking place today in Norwood. Present in the room are all three commissioners, lots of staff, and lots of visitors, including members of the public. We will begin now with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5, public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken. Since the topic is not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. Is anybody in the room here to comment on something not on the agenda? I don't see any hands or people standing up, and likewise online. So we will move on to the consent agenda. We have 4 items on the consent agenda. Any comments or questions from the commissioners?
Happy to note that Angela Dye is leaving. Note that Sarah and Sam Enders are moving into Lawsonham.
And how about a motion on all that?
I move to the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, the motion carries. Item number 7, beginning of administrative matters. We will start with presentation of the 2024 auditor's report. And I see in front of me Ramona Rummel, hello, our finance director. And somewhere here is Mr. Hinkle. There you are. Hello, James D. Hinkle. Thank you both for being here.
Well, good morning. Yes, with me today is Mr. Hinkle from Hinkle and Company, who did our independent audit for 2024. We started this process last late last fall, when we went out for RFP and awarded the contract to Hinkle and Company, we were striving to get the audit completed by the end of July, and that didn't quite happen, and Mr. Hinkle will explain some of that. But we are here today to present what we feel is the final draft. There's still some minor tweaks that we have to make with it, and then the follow-up, myself and my team will be meeting with him to finish it and get it submitted by September 30th, as required. So I will turn it over to Mr. Hinkle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Jim Hinkle with Hinkle and Company CPAs, and we did do the annual audit of the financial statements for the year ending December 31, 2024. We started our audit by documenting our understanding of the county's internal accounting controls, looking at the policies and procedures and the processes for each of the cycles, the cash disbursements, cash receipts, payroll cycles. We're primarily looking for what we call a segregation of duties. The transaction takes at least 3 steps: the initiation, the approval, and the recording of that transaction. And we do not want one person to do all 3 of those steps. We are looking at the internal controls for 2 reasons. First is to determine whether there are any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the structure of internal controls. A significant deficiency is defined as a design flaw in the system of internal controls that would allow an error to go undetected in the ordinary course of business. And a material weakness would be a significant deficiency that might result in a material misstatement to the financial statements. And based upon our analysis, our review, as well as all of our testing throughout the audit, we did not find any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the internal control structure. That's the answer you're looking for. The second reason we do that is for us to assess the audit risk and then design our tests of the actual financial statements. We primarily use substantive testing, where we drill down into account balances and we look at the underlying transactions, and then we verify those with supporting documents such as invoices, cash receipts, contracts, agreements, etc., to determine that the accounting is done correctly and in accordance with general accepted accounting principles. The end result of that is our audit opinion. Yours is technically referred to as an unmodified opinion, and in layman's term, that's a clean opinion. States that the financial statements are prepared in accordance with general accepted accounting principles. That's also the answer you're looking for. We did make a couple of corrections in the financial statements from the prior year, and I'll briefly go through those. And I hope I don't get too deep in the weeds, but you have 2 separate financial statements within your overall package. The first is what's referred to as the government-wide financial statements, and that is on a full accrual basis, just like any other business, Microsoft, Apple, General Electric, General Motors. We recognize capital assets, we recognize debt, we earn revenues when they're earned, we recognize expenses when they're incurred. It's just the normal basics of accounting. The second set of financial statements is on the governmental funds, where we report each fund in a separate column. And that's on what we call a modified accrual basis. In the government industry, it's also referred to a sources and uses statement. So we report revenues as any monies that we receive during the year or within 60 to 90 days after year end. And we report any expenditures that have been paid during the year or within 60 to 90 days year end. That allows to keep management from manipulating by just not paying bills until after year end. And we don't report long-term assets. We don't report long-term liabilities. The additions to capital assets are deemed to be expenditures because they're a use of funds by the county. In the prior year, the liability for accrued compensated absences or accrued vacation was reported as a liability on those governmental funds financial statements. However, we do not pay that out within 60 to 90 days of year end. The amount of accrued vacation or vacation pay we pay out in that short period of time after year end is very insignificant. So that liability does not belong on the governmental fund statements. It belongs on the government-wide full accrual statements. So we have made that correction in that financial statements, and that's disclosed in footnote 11 in restatements. The other major change that we got into was the county uses what's referred to as a modified capital asset approach, that instead of capitalizing all assets and depreciate them over their useful life, the county reports the value of the infrastructure in roads, bridges, and culverts at the cost that they were originally incurred, and it's not depreciated, but instead any repairs and maintenances on that infrastructure is expensed as an annual expense. And that is a method that is allowed under general accepted accounting principles. However, once we got into it, we found that the value of the right-of-ways along the asphalt and gravel roads were valued at what was intended to be current value, even though that value had not been updated in years, as opposed to historical cost value. And all general accepted accounting principles are based upon valuing assets at historical cost. We do not increase values for increases in prices or values while it's being valued. So that was valued at an inappropriate value, and we adjusted downward for that. Additionally, the county owns the right-of-ways along non-gravel and asphalt roads, improved and unimproved roads. And for whatever reason, there was no value placed on those right-of-ways historically in the infrastructure value. And there is a value there, and it should be reported at historical cost. And so we added that value back into the historical cost. So we had a little bit of a reduction for the valuing at not historical value, but something above that on the right-of-ways for gravel and asphalt. But then we increased the value of the infrastructure for the right-of-ways that the county owns for the unimproved and improved roads that aren't gravel and asphalt. Those two things combined changed the financial statements by close to $6 million by the time we fixed that. And that is also disclosed in that same footnote 11. There were a couple of other small things that we cleaned up that are disclosed in that footnote as well, but they're very small compared to those first two items. So that's one of the reasons why we are here in September instead of July. I suspect next year we'll be here in July or maybe even late June. The accounting for capital assets was really maintained by the prior auditors to a large extent, and management led by Ramona and Paige really wanted to take a deep dive into that accounting, understand what was going on, and take on that responsibility, which is where it really belongs with management. And so we spent extra amount of time really digging into those capital assets and the infrastructure accounting and how the numbers were pulled together and how old was the information, what needed to be updated. And that's what kind of led us down the road a couple months longer than we normally would have anticipated. But that is the right place to be. Management's responsibility is preparation of annual financial statements. Our responsibility as auditors is to verify those financial statements, not be involved in the development of those numbers. So I commend management for taking on that responsibility, for really wanting to make a deep dive into that and to make sure that they are able to pull all those numbers together and be in control of that information. Finally, you all expend federal dollars. And so you're required to have what we refer to as a single audit. That term is used because prior to 1984, all the federal agencies would come out and audit their own programs. And Congress enacted the Single Audit Act that said the external auditors of the financial statements will be responsible for testing compliance with federal award programs. And so we did that as well. We get down to the right page here. We tested the, there we go. We tested both Department of Transportation, the Lawson Hill Trail, and the County Road Bridge Replacement programs. We issued 2 opinions in regards to the single audit and federal awards. The first one is in reference to what we call government auditing standards. And that opinion looks at the county as a whole to ask the question, does the county have the internal controls in place to know what federal award programs it participates in and what those compliance requirements are? And if we find any instances of non-compliance in any federal award program, we're required to disclose it in that report. That is also an unmodified or clean opinion, which is what you want to hear, which states that the county has the internal controls in place to know what federal award programs they participate in. The second one is in compliance with the federal uniform guidance, where we're required to select specific programs, which was the Lawson Hill Trail program and the County Road Bridge Replacement. And we drill down deep into those programs. We select a sample of the disbursements and we test very detailed compliance with the federal award programs for that program. And our opinion for that is also an unmodified or clean opinion, that we did not find any instances of non-compliance, and the county does have the internal controls to determine the compliance requirements for that major program that was tested. So all 3 opinions are clean opinions or unmodified opinions. I do want to emphasize that this is a change from the previous year, that for the year ending 2023, the county did omit several or one federal program from their schedule of federal expenditures that then required the auditors come back out and do additional testing and amend their single audit report. We did not see in the year ending December 2024 any instances of that occurring, and that the schedule of federal award expenditures provided to us was accurate based upon our testing. So we believe that management has addressed the issue from the prior year and now has the internal controls in place to make sure that all information from the county-wide is brought to the accounting department, and they are able to fully understand and know exactly what federal award programs exist. And while that sounds somewhat easy in normal terms, most federal awards are passed through the state or other organizations as opposed to received directly from the federal government. And sometimes that gets a little difficult to know, all right, I got a grant from the state. How much of that is federal dollars versus state dollars? And does that comply with federal requirements for a federal audit as opposed to a state-run program? And so really getting down deep inside of those grant programs and understanding where the money comes from when it's passed through another level of government is not as easy as one may think it is. State does a pretty good job of providing that information, but in some cases they don't. So all in all, it was a good audit. I think that Ramona and Paige have a much deeper understanding of how numbers are pulled together for the financial statements and have taken control of all of that information, which I think is fantastic. Once we get a final approval, the only edits that we have are just a couple of little tweaks in language and the footnotes. Nothing with respect to the actual numbers of the financial statements. So what you have is what will be final. We will issue a required communication letter where we're required to communicate in writing if certain events occur in the course of the audit, and we have nothing negative to say in that letter. We did not have any disagreements with management, and we did not have any difficulties in the course of the audit. Really, the only difficulty that occurred during the entire course of the audit was getting some of that historical information that the prior auditors had in their files and getting it from them so that Ramona and Paige could really understand what was been done in the past. But it wasn't difficult from our standpoint as far as conducting our audit and our verifications and tests. I've said a lot. I hope it wasn't too much, but if anybody has any questions at all, I'd be happy to answer anything that you have.
Sounds like, as we said, the answers that we want to hear are the statements that we want to hear. Well done to our finance department, everybody back there. And I know it's tricky to change auditors or, other contractors, and sounds like it was a good move. And appreciate Ramona and team that you were willing to do the extra work that it takes to switch, and also to dig into some unanswered questions or some things you wanted to know more about. Commissioner, anything else to comment? Lance?
Quick question, I'm not sure if it's for you, Jim, or maybe for Ramona, the right of way math that subtracted some and added some, it sounded like we came out ahead 6 mil in value, but that's really not money in the bank, that's just a paper value because we did some more calculations on right of ways that we weren't including previously.
That is correct.
And so
It's not money in the bank. It's just a financial statement reported value on the financial statements in the balance sheet.
if we want to get a mortgage, we look better.
Yes. But let's hope you don't have to do that.
Thank you.
The only thing else I'd add in finishing up is today is the 17th of September. So we fully intend to finalize the audit here this week and file it with the state auditor's office by the 31st of September, which is the due date with the extension. And we will also file the audit report with the Federal Audit Clearinghouse by September 30, which is the due date for the federal government to have the single audit filed. So by the end of September, you will have met all state and federal filing requirements with respect to the audit report.
And do you need any kind of BOCC approval before filing, or is this just sort of FYI?
I have presented to work studies. I have presented, not even presented them. There doesn't need to be a formal exception or acceptance of the audit report. It is what it is. If you want to vote to accept it, some people do, or some boards do. I wouldn't suggest that you vote to approve it because it is what it is. But that's up to you. If anything, a little vote to accept the audit report as presented, or just simply acknowledge that the audit report was presented to the commissioners is fine as well.
Do you have a suggestion for us? Jared?
I think technically, to Jim's point, there's no action needed for, unlike the budget, which is a document that you own, that you develop, that you approve. The audit is really just somebody checking our collected homework, and they present that to us. That gets filed with the state auditor. So I don't think acknowledgement is necessary unless you just wanted to pat Ramona and her team on the back because they do such great work anyway.
Oh, I will verbally just give kudos to Ramona and Paige and the team for their meticulous work, and this clean audit is really contributed to the work you do. So thank you and for your presentation. There was very I learned a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll defer to the chair if you want to make a motion.
What have we done in the past? Pardon me, yeah.
Because you'd be breaking in, then I
Right.
think then it's a question of, are you approving or disapproving each
Certainly.
year?
That makes sense. So we'll just say a figurative pat on the back
Okay.
to all of you. Party pat on the back. Anything else?
All right. Thank you very much. I'll let you guys get on to bigger and better business.
Couldn't be anything bigger than our financial. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a significant agenda item scheduled for 10 a.m., which is a public hearing on our mining regulations. I would rather wait to start that until 10 a.m. because I imagine we'll have people arriving virtually as well as in person. We could hop forward to manager matters if you'd like to cover a few of those, or a commissioner update. Anybody have a preference? Or we could just sit here and twiddle our thumbs and drink coffee for 8 minutes.
Happy to make a brief commissioner update. I don't have much except a SMART meeting, which both you and I attended, Commissioner. And that was on 9/11. We made a few minor budget amendments. We addressed the fact that the board does not have a public comment policy. And we discussed whether or not we would be under this, whether SMART would be under the 5.25 cap. And David Averill, the SMART lead, is going to be getting that information. He's got meetings and phone calls set up. Sounds like you guys know the answer
We
already.
do. Yes.
We are subject to it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Great.
okay. That makes things easier.
That's saved a whole bunch of talking.
Yeah.
Great. Beyond that, we discussed the fact that Lawson Hill now has full coverage throughout the day, which is great, and another route to Norwood, which is also an improvement. So little by little, SMART continues to expand service and is on track financially. Thank you.
Terrific. I'll just add a couple things that I felt were also interesting during that meeting. There's a budget line item in 2026. We reviewed the draft budget for an East End mobility visioning study, which would be, could be as sort of big or as small as the board decides. I think the original intent was to study ways to manage the congestion on the Highway 145 spur from Society Turn into town, but there was discussion of maybe needing a more comprehensive look at a transit plan, including parking and various modes of moving people around on the East End. So that's kind of up for further discussion. And there was also a conversation about the SMART making improvements to both their Society Drive and Ilion Valley facilities, given that they currently park, I think, some buses in the intercept lot at Lawson, which is getting full. So they're trying to kind of plan ahead for the future. So yeah, good SMART meeting. While I have the floor, I'll just continue with my updates. On September 12th, Mike and I met with our Deputy District Attorney, Matt Bama, who is assigned to San Miguel County cases, as well as the lead district attorney for the 7th Judicial District, Anna Cooling, who I had never met in person. They really just wanted to chat with us about their county business, if you will, operations, and bring to our attention some unmet needs. In particular, Matt shared with us the need for drug testing in San Miguel County, that is something that would be really helpful to support the sobriety of people who are on patrol. And his understanding was we didn't have that, but we put him in touch with both the Tyrod Medical Center and UMC. I have not heard back from UMC, but we did hear quickly back from the Tyrod Medical Center that that's a service they do provide. And so I assume Matt will start taking advantage of that. And then another sort of tool he suggested that the county lacks to support sobriety is some kind of an outpatient counseling or support groups. And we mentioned to him that the behavioral health strategic plan had recently been completed and was being presented to the community, and that one of the top priorities in there is to provide a the full continuum of care for people with substance misuse issues. And he was pleased to hear that sort of program might be built out and something that his clients could take advantage of. We also met a woman named Autumn Scardina, who, did I say it right?
Right.
Who is Matt's partner, one of his two partners in private practice. And you may recall that earlier this year, we approved $30,000 supplemental budget for Matt to bring in a part-time person so that he could work part-time as the deputy DA and continue to earn some income through private practice. But the person that he hired for that quickly moved on. And so Autumn has been identified as someone to replace that person. And I think both Mike and I were really impressed by her. She just seemed to have a lot of compassion, and like Matt Bama is a devoted public servant. So another benefit of her filling this role is that, as I mentioned, she is one of Matt's partners in private practice. So I think it will be very kind of easier for them to job share, if you will, because they're balancing both their private work and their public work. So it was wonderful to meet her. She does live on the Front Range, but plans to spend some time out here periodically. The last thing that I wanted to mention, was it just last night, Lance, we were at that after snow presentation, Monday night, with a fellow named Corey Page,
Correct.
who is a graduate of Tyrant High School and Harvard School of Design. He presented his master's thesis on what the Tyrant ski area might look like after snow. Some of it was a little esoteric or over my head, but it was certainly interesting, and I think that it was well attended. Obviously, there's a lot of concern in the community about the change in our climate, which Corey provided some statistics on. But a couple things that I think might be most interesting to this board that are kind of current is that there was a woman on the panel who followed Corey's presentation named Laura Thomas, who identified her as a relatively new employee of Tyrride Ski and Golf. Her job is community relations. Have you met her?
We have.
Okay, great. And seemed like a really impressive, smart person who really is interested in increasing the sort of collaborative efforts among the ski area, between the ski area and community. So I'm excited to meet her personally myself. And the other thing that was kind of interesting in terms of what she said, and it got a lot of traction, was she brought up the idea of potentially moving the ski season later. That would both start and end later, given the way our winters are tracking. And there was again quite a bit of interest in that discussion. Not really anything specific about how it might start or happen, but that was the first time I had heard the topic raised publicly. So. And there was recognition that would require a lot of community discussion and planning and collaboration, particularly around the schools and so forth. So it is 10:01. Galina, did you want to wrap up with your commissioner update, or should we wait till later?
I'll be really brief.
Okay.
This might be of interest to people in the room that might not be here later. I met with representatives from Telluride Foundation this week, Jason Corzine and April Montgomery, to just discuss the four seasons workforce potential impacts to West End communities. Telluride Foundation serves as a link between many entities, and we just discussed the need for public outreach. And because the stakeholder meeting that was scheduled last week was postponed, the stakeholder group's plan was to have a public outreach meeting after that stakeholder meeting was held, but that has been postponed indefinitely. Hopefully it will be rescheduled for mid-October. But I just, spoke with April and Jason about the real need for a community meeting to give community members an update on the facts that public officials are privy to and the steps we're taking to represent the communities and address the potential concerns. And so that just really kind of sparked next steps for hopefully holding a public engagement session in the next 2 weeks, either in Norwood or in Navarita or potentially in Red Vale, where it's a collaborative meeting. But it was informative. Jason has been in direct contact with the Four Seasons representatives from Merrimack Ventures and expressing the concerns as well that the greater community has. We've been working to help strike sort of community benefit agreement with understanding the needs that this kind of influx in workforce might bring to our communities that are already pretty much at carrying capacity. So it's worthwhile.
Very much so. So there'll be a community meeting in the next couple of weeks.
Yes.
Okay, we'll keep us posted on that.
Other than that, I've been working with Star Jameson on composting program, and there's an outreach to rivers, and waiting to hear back from San Bernardo to get those official composting program, and Roswell and Aldesaro are there. So yeah, good movement with compost and waste diversion.
Perfect. All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you, commissioners. Moving on now to our agendized item 8A, a public hearing, consideration of adopting section 6.3 mining regulations to the land use code. And we have here Kay Simonson, our planning director, as well as David Baumgarten. Yes, from Logan Simpson, who's our attorney. I'm sorry,
Sullivan Green.
Sullivan Greens. I've got you mixed up with the housing code update.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sullivan Green, who has been working with our planning department as well as the planning commission on the current draft. So Kay, would you like to come up here to present publicly, or are you comfortable there?
I'm all set up here.
Okay,
Otherwise I have to move.
move everything. Okay, right.
So, yeah, good morning.
Yes.
And are you guys hearing me out in Zoom land okay, or do we?
If you could scoot you closer, that would be great. Maybe right when somebody maybe be good.
Okay. So, oh, good grief. I opened the wrong presentation.
It's a rough start, Kev.
It is.
While you look for that document, I'll just maybe review for the public, and Maura, can you help me with this in terms of the process for this public hearing? So as I understand it, generally we'll have a presentation from the staff. Commissioners will ask questions either during the presentation or at the end, perhaps have a little bit of discussion. After that, I will open the public hearing, and we will typically alternate between those who'd like to speak who are in the room versus those who are online. Everybody is given 3 minutes for their comments. We generally don't respond to those in real time. We generally kind of keep track of comments and questions, and then staff and the board will respond as appropriate following the public hearing. So then we'll close the public hearing and return back to discussion and questions among the commissioners. Did I get that right?
You'll close public comment
Close public comment.
and
but
continue the public hearing.
Hearing, okay. So we're within a public hearing right now, but public comment has not yet begun. That will happen after the first couple of steps. Is that kind of clear to everybody? Okay, great. Thanks, Maura.
Okay, I have the right presentation now. So many files. So this is consideration of the land use code amendment for mining regulations. By way of background, in 2019, the board requested that natural resource regulations be updated and asked that mining activities be subject to two-step review. So we made that very basic change then, but this has been, the larger code amendment has been, in the works since then. In 2023, we began the land use code update process for natural resources. In October of that year, we held a community open house here in Norwood where we talked to people about solar regulations plus mining, logging, oil and gas. Some key projects that have occurred over the last several years. In 2021, the Burrow Mine Reclamation was undertaken by the Department of Energy's Legacy Management Program. And between 2022 and 2024, we had 7 mining exploration applications. We've got a little bit of interest in some more moving forward. And then in 2024, we also adopted land use code amendments for mining hazards. And this is for development on properties with mining remnants, primarily residential development rather than actual mining. And ensuring that people are building in a way that is safe. And then this last year, we adopted section 6-1 general as part of our new natural resources article. And that applies to all natural resources topics. And this was adopted concurrent with the solar regulations. So we've had a lot of meetings. We initially issued the first draft of this way back in December. We had a planning commission work session in January, and then a joint planning commission and BOCC work session last March. Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety gave a presentation to the Planning Commission on May 8th about how their process works and how their bonding is calculated and administered. It was very helpful. The Planning Commission held their public meeting on June 26th and did make a recommendation to the board. And then the Board of County Commissioners, 2 members plus 1 Planning Commission member along with staff did do a mine tour on August 25th. And then last week, the BOCC did have a discussion with our consultant and staff regarding the regulatory framework for mining, just to give you some background coming into this. So our current regulations are in section 5-16, and they have a few topics that I've listed here. But they are quite brief. And then the key part I want to highlight here is right now for mitigation of impacts. It says all on-site and off-site impacts shall be adequately mitigated to protect the health, safety, and welfare of persons in San Miguel County and to protect the integrity and appearance of the natural environment. Consideration shall be given to site-specific environmental assessments and mitigation plans approved by the appropriate federal agencies and/or the Colorado Division of Minerals and Geology and/or the Colorado Department of Health. However, compliance with such plans as well as additional mitigation may be required by the county as part of the special use permit review process. Such mitigation may include, but is not limited to, revegetation, dust control, noise control, visual screening, limitations on hours of operations, truck haul routes, and traffic volumes. So we have this statement in our land use code right now, but we don't have much guidance in there on how to get there, both in terms of what should be submitted and how these items should then be reviewed. What are the actual standards? We also have a lot of other sections of our land use code that then get drawn in. So when we're preparing our pre-application letter, we're not only for mining, we're not only pointing to section 5-16, we're pointing them to all these other areas. We've got Article 4, submission requirements, and then in Article 5, we've got zone districts, our 1041 regulations, roads, services, improvements, special uses, conditional uses on federal land, scenic quality, wetland areas, watershed protection areas, floodplain regulations, and finally definitions. So we're having to pull all these pieces together and try and give a coherent guidance to the applicant as to how they should put together their application. So what we're doing is we are writing these, is we're trying to be very clear in not only what should be submitted, but then how those submissions are being reviewed. We're taking the regulatory approach here is, or the intent of the mining regulations is to mitigate the impacts of the proposed activity. And we emphasize impacts to the county that are not otherwise addressed or mitigated by state and federal permits. The new regulations are intended to provide increased transparency and clarity for everyone by clearly connecting the application, the submission materials to the review standards. An applicant for a mining activity will be required to provide reports, plans, and studies that analyze impacts of the project and explain in those application materials how they will mitigate those impacts. Application materials requirements may be waived or modified based on the scope and expected impact of the proposed activity. And we'll talk a little bit more about also the ability to waive in advance certain standards when they're deemed to not be necessary. Materials prepared for federal and state permits may be submitted in order to avoid preparation of duplicate studies and reports. And quite frankly, we wholeheartedly encourage that rather than generating a whole new document. We would rather see those documents and then supplemented as needed for areas that are unique to our concerns. And then finally, conditions of approval may be included that are based on needs of referral agencies, As you know, we commonly get referrals from, say, CPW. And then also that address the issues and concerns that go back to the need for mitigation of impacts. So these, regarding federal and state permits, these regulations apply to projects on private and state land. And those private lands might be private mineral rights, or they might be Federal Reserve mineral rights. Same with state. And these regulations also apply to private activity on federal land, because the regulations are focused on mitigating the impacts of the activity, not on dictating whether or not mining may occur on federal land. The mining regulations are intended to complement and not conflict with federal and state regulations. David, I made the correction of the wrong one. So we've really worked hard recognizing that there is preemption, and we've tried to make sure that our county regulations are, in full, fully consistent with the federal and state regulations. The Colorado Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety is the primary permitting authority for mining in the state and the holder of the primary reclamation bond. So we're not going to be requesting duplicate bonds. Federal and state permits may still be needed for mining activities on private land. Specifically DRMS will be involved. Most of our mining on private land is gravel. And then again, application materials prepared for federal and state agencies may be accepted. So under mining activities, we have three types. We have exploration. We have reclamation not associated with a mining operation or exploration. And then we have the actual mining operations, which includes the mining, the processing, and then the remediation and reclamation associated with that mining permit. The draft regulations for mining are added to Article 6, which will contain the other natural resource topics, and it replaces Section 5-16 in its entirety. It lists the zone districts where mining may be permitted. So rather than looking at the individual zone districts, you just go to this section. It contains all application requirements according to the type of activity. So again, you're looking at this section instead of going to Article 4. And it contains all the review standards according to the type of activity, with very limited cross references to other sections of the code. I think the most notable one where we cross reference is for our lighting because of our dark sky standards. But other than that, it's all self-contained. So you're not, an applicant isn't having to look all over our code through that extensive list that I showed you. And then each application requirement corresponds to a specific review standard. And we've actually added some cross references next to the, the heading for each application requirement, saying which review standard it applies to. And then again, I mentioned the limited cross references. Lighting really is the most notable one. And we've definitely had comments asking about dark sky protections. And that's why we kept our existing regs rather than duplicating them into this section. So we have a section of definitions. They're quite detailed, though I'll read some of the highlights. We have exploration, which is the act of searching for or investigating a mineral or construction material deposit. It goes through a number of examples that could fall under that. And then mining operation, the activities associated with development, production, and or extraction of a mineral from its natural occurrences or within refuse, or the activities associated with the development, production, and or extraction of construction material from its natural occurrences, and so forth. And both of these definitions note activities that are not included. So that's, we'll get into some questions that we had in that regard later, but the definitions are always a good place to start. And then reclamation is the employment of procedures during and after a mining operation pursuant to a DRMS reclamation plan, or during and after exploration pursuant to a DRMS approval or a notice of intent. So these will be associated with either the exploration or the mining operation approvals. And then restoration is the employment of procedures designed and conducted pursuant to a county permit for areas outside the boundaries of an approved DRMS reclamation plan. Because, you know, there can be outside impacts. And again, you know, it goes on into more detail there. So with regard to review processes, we have mining operations, which is a two-step review by the Planning Commission and the BOCC. Exploration is also a two-step review unless it meets the minor exploration definition, in which case it's one-step review to the Planning Commission. And then reclamation only operations are also one-step review, you know, subject to the federal and state permitting requirements. If it's a state or federal reclamation project, so say, for example, DOE is doing a project, it is subject to an activity notice if it's disturbing more than a half acre or they're using county roads for hauling. But if it, you know, that was a question that came from them. They asked that we give an exception for very small stuff because sometimes they just go out and clean up a little spot as they have personnel and funding. So the zoning map is contained in the packet, but it's permitted in a number of zones. Forestry, agriculture, and open, which is the light green on this map. Rangeland grazing, which is you know, up on Wilson Mesa. Wrights Mesa, the darker green on here. The West End, which is significantly where most of the mining now occurs. And that's the brown color on this map. And then also the high country area, which is the light green off on the far east end of the county. Mining of federal minerals are permitted in all areas, regardless of the zoning. And mining of privately owned minerals may be considered in other zone districts on a case-by-case basis. So say an area was zoned low density residential and they had commercially viable gravel, we would probably be permitting them to pursue that mining permit. So the application materials and review standards, we have, as you go through, there's the application materials section followed immediately by the related review standards. Exploration and reclamation only operations are in 6303 and 6304. These activities were combined back in our May draft, and the Planning Commission at the time had asked to move those, and the BOCC, I think, was in on that one too, move them both ahead because exploration precedes actual mining. But generally, those application materials and standards, aside from some wordsmithing and adjustments, are very similar to the March draft. And then we have mining of operations, section 6-305 and 6-306. The most notable change is the waiver of review criteria procedure. Basically providing an avenue where not only the planning director can not only waive an application materials, but make a finding that we will not be using those certain review criteria. And the example that I bring up the most, because it is clearly county and not part of the state or federal permits, is housing. And if they can demonstrate that it's a very small operation that will have a very small local employment base that's already housed, then we can clearly say that this is not applicable and waive not only the application requirement, but the review standard. Alternatively, if it's a large operation that will employ, 50 to 100 people, we're going to be concerned about housing and, making sure that we're not displacing our other local residents. So that's just one example. And, as we get into that and use that process, it'll be very important for the planning director to very clearly communicate to everybody throughout the process what's going on, so that we don't end up with surprises at the hearing, wherein the planning commission and the board are asking, wait a minute, I really want to think about this. Why did you waive it? So there are some standards in there as to whether, and how those get waived. And then also we have the required plans, the emergency preparedness and response plan. That's essential for our emergency managers, our fire departments, our law enforcement, our designated emergency response agency, or DARA as it's called. And then also spill prevention, control, and countermeasure plans, hazardous materials management plan, the restoration plan, both for within the site and anything that spills out beyond the DRMS boundaries. And these plans would become part of the development approval. So they're held as referenced within the resolution and held for future reference. The mining operations standards list here, as you can see, is extensive. We've got what is it? 38, I think. I'm counting really fast, of all the different things that we want to have application for, or application materials to explain, and then also the standards that we'll use. And if you remember back to that long paragraph that I read from the current regulations in section 5-16, these are really, you can tie every single one of these almost back to that paragraph. So what we're doing is explaining in a lot more detail, so that the applicant and staff and the commission are not having to figure out what exactly we want and what exactly we meant. And what are we looking for? The mining, exploration, and reclamation only standards are more brief, but still looking at the things that we consider to be most likely to be impacted. And this is something that's definitely been tested in the last several years with our exploration permits. What information have we been seeking? Where do we expect to see permits? And then again, noting minor exploration activities, which are defined in the draft code as being a limited area of impact. Those are subject to would be subject to one-step BOC or CPC review. And then reclamation only operations. And again, noting that remediation and reclamation that's associated with the mining operations and mineral exploration will be reviewed as part of that permit. And reclamation of mining operations is under the purview of DRMS, but reclamation only operations would be subject to one-step review. And then reclamation of old mine sites is typically undertaken by state and federal agencies under an activity permit. And as I noted, we added that if it's less than a half acre, no offsite hauling, it's exempt from county review and the activity permits, so that they can just quickly go in and do whatever it is that they want to do. Regarding reclamation and bonding, again, reclamation bonds are held by DRMS. The county may require financial security for impacts outside the DRMS approved permit. The area where we most commonly get that is for the construction, maintenance, and remediation of haul routes. And then section 6-309, we do have requirements for financial security and making sure that over the life of the project that continues to be adequate. And then we have a few other provisions in here that are notable. We require notice of temporary cessation or termination of the mining operation. We do ask for annual reports so we can track how things are going. And then we also ask for, have a process for transfer of the permit so that we are aware if ownership changes. And that's also a cue to us to update any bonds that we have. We have a number of related amendments in our land use code. Article 3 is our procedure section. So we needed to go through that and update all of that to reference Article 6 and also make sure that development permits are obtained in the West End and Wrights Mesa zones, because those zones do have some exemptions as to with regards to getting development permits. But for mining, we do want to get those. In section 5-3 zone districts, because that's now in Article 6, we're taking all references to mining out of Article 5. And then section 5-16 mining will be deleted, and that'll simply be noted as a reserve section. And then in Article 7, taking the mining related definitions out and also clarifying, for example, we have a definition of development in both Article 6 for mining and in Article 7 general. And so making it clear that in Article 6 it's for mining, and Article 7 it's for not mining. So we've had a lot of referral and review periods on this. They were first posted on the website and sent to referral agencies on December 23rd. That was a rather short turnaround to our first work session, so we kept that comment period open until the end of about the third week of January. And then we turned around with the second draft in early February, and we had a request for written comments by February 28th, so a 3-week period, as is typical. And then our third draft we published on May 2nd, and the Planning Commission and the BOCC had asked for an extended comment period on that one. So that lasted through June 9th, prior to the Planning Commission meeting. Throughout this, staff and the consultant met with DRMS, BLM, Division, DOE, and Colorado Mining Association staff and representatives to talk about concerns and also get clarity. Staff did meet with the Open Space Commission at one point because they were interested in this. And then the fourth draft, the one you have today, was published on August 4th. And our comment period ran through September 10th, which was a week ago. So, fairly significant period for people to be able to, look at it and get their comments back to us. Notice of this public hearing was published in the Daily Planet and the Norwood Post on August 29th. And when we published the current draft on the website, we also sent out emails to all interested parties. We sent it to 69 local, state, and federal agencies, municipalities, and organizations. We received responses from the San Miguel Watershed Coalition, the Colorado Mining Association, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Sheep Mountain Alliance, along with Inform and Great Old Broads for Wilderness, Department of Energy Legacy Management, and Colorado Department of Water Resources. And any comments that we received, both from our referral agencies and from the public that were for the work session, are contained in the meeting packets for those meetings. We didn't carry them forward to this because we had already addressed them. But if you're interested, you can certainly go back and look at those. To just kind of briefly summarize the referral agency comments, San Miguel Watershed Coalition noted that there are related state regulations. They did request more specificity regarding bonds, and they wanted us to include requirements regarding climate change. We did not choose to try and address that. That's more of a broader policy and regulatory discussion that applies not only to mining. The Colorado Mining Association has given us a number of sets of review comments all the way up until as recently as this past Tuesday. And they have concerns regarding the relation to state regulations. The effect of remediation of legacy abandoned uranium mines was an early comment from them. They have had issues with our setback requirements, and they have requested that numerous sections be stricken. The comments they submitted last week actually had a red line strike through of what they would like to see changed. And then their supplemental letter that was submitted on the 16th asked that consideration of this be continued. Colorado Parks and Wildlife noted that their earlier recommendations had been included and they had no further comments as of last week. Sheep Mountain Alliance informed the Great Old Broads for Wilderness request increased setbacks. They support two-step review processes, and they ask for greater restrictions in the high country and backcountry areas. The Department of Energy Legacy Management provided verbal comments within our meeting, and that's, you know, when and how we made our changes within the earlier drafts. And then the Division of Water Resources said they had no further comments. Regarding public comments, we had several emails received for the Planning Commission meeting. And then some additional emails were received and included in the BOCC packet. And then one additional comment was added in the supplement that we sent out yesterday and published online. The main concern of note was the impact on recreational mining activities and whether or not they have to get a permit from us in order to do that. And I'll get to that in a minute. So in response to those comments, especially for the recreational miners, we already had in the definition of mining operations that it did not include the recreational mining. But we're suggesting under 6301C permit required, amending that to clarify that recreational placer mining occurring under public land manager rules is exempt. And then also that section also would exempt gold panning and rock pounding and such. And the exemption is already known in the definitions. I'm being redundant here, sorry. We did already include this in the draft resolution. So there's no need to make in your motion to say to include this. But we looked at what the BLM and Forest Service regulations are, what their permitting process is, and made it pretty much the same. So that way we're not allowing as an exemption something that exceeds the BLM's recreational permitting. And then in response to the referral agency comments, staff and the consultant, we've prepared recommendations for additional revisions, most notably a 6302C waiver of review criteria. What we're doing here is clarifying when the request may be submitted. We had originally said it should be submitted within 30 days of the pre-application letter. We now say it can be any time prior to submission of the application, but do not submit the application until after it's been resolved. It provides some timelines for making decisions, and it also provides some guidance. Specifically, exemptions may be granted if the proposed activity will not cause a significant adverse impact. And then there's related amendments to the mining exploration and mining operations review standard sections referencing back to this. And then 6304B and 6306E, surface disturbance and setbacks. We have that in both exploration and in mining operations. We're clarifying that setbacks do not apply to haul routes. It applies within the actual property where the mining operation or exploration is occurring. And then 6306N, noise and vibration. We're also recommending that impacts must be significant, and then clarifying the noise sensitive locations. In the supplement that we sent out yesterday, there was a memo or some draft red lines and strike throughs that were prepared by Tori Jarvis. So we want to, our recommendation is that you do make those changes. Planning Commission in June, on the June 26th, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the mining regulations with certain amendments as shown in the red line draft. So we've made those recommendations, and if you look at their minutes, which are still draft because we haven't had a meeting since then, there is a list of items. And so this includes developing the process for waiver of criteria, clarifying burden of proof, And revising surface disturbance and setbacks to clarify where and how setbacks are measured. And then we had corresponding changes to submission requirements. They said to strike a section regarding water body buffers because we realized that it really wasn't clearly defined. It would be very hard to, it would be something very hard to administer. And then we added in the activity notice exemption for state and federal reclamation only operations. We have clarification of 6305 subsections E, P, and Q regarding water quality contaminants of concern, and also clarifying 6305U regarding soil testing. And then we had some additional clarifying amendments throughout. But you can see the whole, all of those changes were included in, as you can see them in the red line version that we provided to you. And that's what was published on the web. So review standards for land use code amendments are contained in Land Use Code Section 5-1802 and state land use code amendments may be initiated by the county or by persons who are residents of or own property in San Miguel County, subject to compliance with the following standard. And it's basically that this shall be drafted in a form consistent with the organizational format and style of the code. This was initiated by the Board of County Commissioners and it has been appropriately drafted. And then we also have Section 1-4, purposes of the land use code, which is to implement policies, create common systems of administration and regulation, simplify the regulatory process, and protect health, safety, and welfare. And we've definitely kept all of those things in mind as we've created these regulations. And then we also have in our land use policy, Section 2-35, mining and mineral processing operations. It is the policy of the county to permit commencement or expansion of mining and mineral processing operations only in appropriate areas identified pursuant to the county comprehensive development plan, with review as appropriate under Land Use Code Section 5-4 and CRS 2465.1 through 101 at SEEK, areas and activities of state interest, subject to adequate mitigation of environmental noise, traffic, and other impacts on such activities. So here we are, sample motion. So we have provided a sample motion for you to adopt the resolution and amend the county land use code. We do have one little gremlin in that draft resolution where I referenced solar instead of mining. So we would obviously fix that. And then my recommendation is that you move to include the revisions recommended by staff to section 6302C, 6304A, 6306A, 6304B, 6306E, and 6306N as presented in yesterday's supplement to you. And then should you have any other changes, list them. So that concludes my presentation. David, do you have anything to add?
Only that it's a pleasure to work with Kay.
Thank you.
Now I can get closer.
So,
Commissioners, any questions for staff at this time or comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, I have a question about the verbal conversations with DOE legacy managed DOE.
yeah.
And kind of just what transpired in those conversations and how that affected amendments to the draft. So that wasn't made super. I need some clarification on that.
Yeah. So DOE's prime responsibility at legacy management is to do remediation of current sites and historic sites that no longer have a mining operation. And so they really helped a lot in our refining of the difference between remediation, reclamation, restoration, and what would be appropriate in our regulations. That led to the activity notice process, rather than, because our earlier drafts had them going through our two-step process, which they very kindly did back in 2021. And we appreciate that. They were really great to work with. But yeah, they just really helped us understand how how everything comes together for those different types of projects.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I'm presuming we'll hear a lot more about the amendments suggested to the waiver criterion. And so we'll just wait for.
Yeah.
I'll wait for public.
Yeah.
Yesterday, and I had a bit of time to run that over, but.
We really have tried to,
And if it is addressing some of the concerns that were brought up.
yeah, we drafted that trying to be very responsive. I don't know that we're, I don't think we're on the same page there, but I think we're at a point where it's about as far as I think we can go. It does give some authority to the planning director that, as I mentioned, is going to have to be very carefully wielded. So that, I or my successors don't find ourselves in meetings with you guys having to justify decisions. So we had a lot of discussions.
Lance, any comments or questions at this time?
Nothing.
Okay. Nothing from me exactly in terms of questions. I will just say that, currently, having reviewed reams of comments and memos and drafts, I'm kind of two minds here. I understand that these regulations are very detailed, because we are trying to provide clarity in terms of what application materials are required and the related review criteria, and also to have sort of a self-contained section. I also know that we wanted them to mirror our solar regulations. And that makes a lot of sense that we would have kind of similar approaches. And yet there's so much public comment about the duplicative nature of these, and the fact that we are requiring kind of very similar, application materials and approvals by us to what the state and feds are already regulating. So I recognize that it is a little bit different from solar in that regard. So anyway, we're kind of, we're hearing the need from the staff and from previous boards who initiated this, as well as the concerns. So I just am really interested to hear more from folks in the room and online about their concerns, so that we can try to, weigh that conflict that currently exists. So.
And we did have a testing of that several months ago with a gravel pit permit from Dolores County. Dolores County owns and operates the permit on BLM land. And they use their BLM permit materials and their DRMS permit materials for their application. And, we found it to be very informative, and it worked well.
Well, that's informative. I mean, that has been one of my questions through this is, and it would be a case by case basis depending on what the applicant is looking to pursue, but how how streamlined or onerous would the process be with being able to submit already pre-submitted permit material to DRMS for the BLM? I've been trying to parse out like how much of an administrative hurdle this would truly be for applicants and what that would look like.
Yeah. And I don't necessarily want to put words in Dolores County's mouth. But by the time they got to us, they had already done so much work for, to get their BLM permitting done and get their DRMS, permit in order, that they had all the answers. They did have to do a little additional work to give it to us and of course come to the meetings and such. But, did not get a significant sense of, being a burden on them.
Yeah, you mentioned that the waiver process, as we've got it currently drafted, does give significant authority to the planning director. And that authority would have to be wielded very carefully. I know that in many areas of government, when there's one position that has a lot of authority, there's often a check or a balance. In this case, what is the appeal process? If there were to be.
So the, so they submit the waiver and, if they disagree with, the director's decision, it then comes, I believe, to the board.
My reading as well.
And, that way, it's up to the board to decide whether or not to waive it, if there's a disagreement over that. And also keep in mind that, no planning director makes a decision in a vacuum. There is consultation with other staff. Sometimes, also give the commissioners a heads up and individually to get an idea of, your thoughts. And obviously relying heavily on, the legal department as well. I think what we've got proposed is about the best we can do in that regards.
That there's a human element to that, which is no planning director or any county director in their right mind wants to be having their decisions called frequently before the Board of Commissioners to be reviewed. And
absolutely,
that's an important check and balance as well as just for job security, as well as peace of mind. You have every interest in making sure that your waiver decisions are supportable and if not agreeable, at least vetted. And I find that to be a little part of that check and balance system is that human element.
Hey, could you, for me, please point out in section 306-302C where it speaks about an appeal process for a waiver decision?
I'm not seeing there. I may have misspoken and misremembered. So.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too, Maura, if there's more of a general statement about an appeal process that would apply to this as well as other decisions made.
Yeah.
Take your time. Maybe David can help.
It's a lot to, it's been a lot to pull together and a lot to remember.
Maybe we could just search fine for appeal.
And it might be covered in another section of the code. But any determination by the planning director can always be appealed to the board, not just mining.
Sure.
So.
I think it's important to lay it out year ago. It's really. I do that.
Or at least make reference to where else in the code that is laid out.
Yeah.
Because I do think that I'm really glad that you added 302-C, because I think that that is a big tool, important tool for applicants in terms of streamlining potentially an application. Okay, another, and we will get to public comment in a minute, but the other thing I think that's really hard for me to understand currently in terms of this conflict that we have between the regulations, the current draft being very detailed and in that sense helpful, but also there's the concern from the industry that they are duplicative and onerous. Is I'm not sure in here which sections are where it's relevant that an applicant would be able to submit previously developed materials versus what's new and distinct for San Miguel County. And is that something that we could talk through and then potentially address in the code so that a reader is more can more quickly ascertain what is going to be, you know, new plans versus material they've already developed?
Well, if you look at the red line submitted by the Colorado Mining Association with their comments last week, they recommended striking through a number of sections. So to me, that's the indicator, and I'll let them speak to, you know, that. But we looked at those and said, no, there's still value to us to have that. And again, those are a lot of those items are in the federal and state materials. So it's not that, you know, they're not already, you know, it's not stuff that they're having to prepare in addition. And David, did you have something?
I think the intent is to create the opportunity and the encouragement to the applicant to use already prepared material instead of something special for this county. And with that opportunity and encouragement, also the opportunity to supplement them. So I think it is to the applicant's ease to have those provisions.
Okay, maybe I'll just ask a more direct question. When we developed these regulations, were there certain subjects that we felt were not addressed by the feds in the states that we needed to create new sections for that would we for sure require additional submissions or materials?
Perhaps a best answer to that is there are different perspectives or prisms that the federal and state and local governments are going to use. And so we want to make sure that you get the information you need that's tailored to the local prism. It may not be reflected in an applicant's submission to the feds or the state. And so we just want to make, you can use them, you can supplement them, but what we're looking for is the local prism.
So I just put up the standards for mining operations. You know, I'm looking at this and, you know, saying that, you know, these are all questions that come up anytime we have an, you know, applications, especially natural resources. You know, so all of the many things that both you and the Planning Commission as bodies have questions about and comments about, and what we hear about from the public. You know, the effect on local government services, that's not something that BLM or DRMS are going to be looking at. Water supply, you know, their consideration of that might be a little bit different from ours. um, effect on the economy. Again, not necessarily something that they're looking at. They're looking at environmental impacts, and they're looking at, technical considerations. So that one's probably us. Housing, definitely us. And agricultural resources, I think, is more important to us than to the federal and state agencies. Recreational resources, there might be some overlap. Emergency preparedness, response, and fire protection, very definitely us, because it is our first responders that are having to show up. Likewise for spill prevention, containment, and countermeasures. DRMS has their issues and concerns within the property. We have our issues and concerns in as much as they have the potential to impact people that are outside the area and also along the haul routes. Public health and safety is a very big umbrella. So just to, off the top of my head, say those are the ones that are most likely to be our concern. Also, public road and rights of way, definitely our thing. And then all the other things.
All of those deserving a local prism.
Yes, absolutely.
Lance?
It would be fair to say that in most cases, A through Z would be covered through either state or federal permitting. And there's an opportunity to supplement if an applicant wanted to give more information or color. But that the places that you just listed, the double letters AA, BB, etc., are the ones that are the more local prism, as David said, that may require some slight or significant extra work because of San Miguel County's local lens. Is that fair?
Yeah. For the most part, yeah, CC, the areas of paleontological, historic, and archaeological importance, that is a quadruple layer.
And you didn't mention noise, and as I understood it, that is kind of an additional requirement that is not really covered. M
at the top, noise and vibration. That does come into some of the environmental regulations from federal and state, but as David described it, our prism would be, how is the noise and vibration impacting the people that are outside?
There was a comment in the CMA comment letter submitted prior to the last planning commission meeting regarding impact on areas outside the permitted area. My understanding is that one of the reasons these regulations are important to San Miguel County is because the feds and the state only impact areas inside this permitted area. And yet there was a different point of view in the CMA letter. Do you recall that?
Oof, that was so many letters ago.
I know, it really was.
I couldn't answer the specific, anything specific on that, but in going through and refining these regulations over the many versions, we've really tried to dial in on explaining or limiting to where a substantial impact occurs. For example, noise. We have the noise is about 55 decibels, which is a normal conversation. At that property. Commissioner Gleason noted that when we were on the mine tour, she realized that in her years of camping in that area, that there was a hum that was the fans. That wouldn't rise to the significant impact level. That's, whereas if somebody was, at home and they're, trying to just enjoy a quiet day at home, and they were routinely hearing noise, elevated levels of noise, that would be an area of concern for us.
I understand. And thinking also using that example, that even if it were a significant impact, that probably wouldn't be picked up by a state or federal regulation because it's far from the permitted area.
Correct.
Yeah, and actually, I just found that comment in the CMA letter, and it's talking about that Dreams permits all prospecting or mining operations on affected land. Affected land includes, among other things, land that will be disturbed. But it doesn't necessarily mean it includes all of the land that would be impacted in San Miguel County.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for just letting me get that clarified in my mind. That was from their letter in June. Okay, thanks. All right, well, you see what we're kind of trying to think through here, and I think it will be helpful, unless there are further questions from the commissioners at this time, to hear from the public. Lena, you ready for that? I am. Okay, I'm going to then open public comment, and a reminder that each person in the room or online who would like to speak has 3 minutes, and the problem with giving someone more than 3 minutes is that then I have to give everybody more than 3 minutes. And so we're really gonna try to stick to that, and our administrative staff has a timer that will show up on the screens here, so people are aware of how much time they have. I will begin with folks in the room. Who would like to speak? And when you speak, please come on up here under our spaceship microphone. You can sit next to David if you're more comfortable sitting than standing. And introduce yourself and affiliation. Who would like to go first?
Would you mind if Adam Ekman, who is the president of Colorado Mining Association, made a few comments and then I could follow on?
That would be perfectly fine, yes. Mr. Ekman, we will allow you to unmute yourself, and if you'd like to share, turn on your video too, it'd be nice to see you. Yes, yeah, 1 sec while our admin gives you permission. Is it working? We're good? Yep, there you go. You should be able to unmute and turn on your video. And the timer will begin. There you are. Do we have the timer set up?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Adam Ekman, President and CEO of the Colorado Mining Association. CMA is the oldest professional mining industry association in the United States and represents the interests of mining companies throughout the state, including those with operations and mineral interests in San Miguel County, who would be directly impacted by the proposed regulations. I want to thank the board for providing an opportunity to offer feedback in response to the Planning Commission's 4th draft of its proposed mining regulations. As noted earlier, CMA is engaged with the Planning Commission and the board throughout the regulatory process, having submitted detailed written comments and testimony on all preceding drafts beginning in January of this year. Most recently, CMA members provided a tour to some of our members' San Miguel County uranium operations to provide commissioners and the public with a firsthand look at the minimal footprint and high operational standards used in the county. We're encouraged by the positive discussions with county officials, and we believe that the best course at this stage is to postpone the board's consideration of the final draft mining regulations until the first quarter of 2026 to continue discussions on how to improve the regulations so that they complement rather than duplicate or conflict with existing state and federal permitting requirements. A continuance of the rulemaking process would allow the planning department to more fully review CMA's suggested revisions to the final draft regulations. As both the board and planning commissions are aware, CMA views many of the environmental, technical, and reclamation standards in the current version as duplicative with existing federal and state requirements. Our concerns have been shared by Colorado's Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety and the Federal Bureau of Land Management. Continuation of the process would allow San Miguel County, CMA, DRMS, and BLM to work together to address concerns with the existing draft and leverage existing tools for better collaboration between the county and its state and federal partners. Additionally, while we appreciate the county's willingness to put pen to paper on a waiver provision to off-ramp operations that meet certain conditions, as drafted, the waiver provision often offers little certainty for operators and is far too discretionary to allow for predictable and consistent application. Additional time would also allow further refinement of the waiver so that it functions properly, saving the county time and resources and offering regulatory certainty to mining operations while ensuring continued application of exemplary environmental standards. While CMA appreciates the county's willingness to make minor adjustments to the regulations, many of CMA's fundamental concerns remain. Although county officials have signaled the intent not to implement the regulatory package in a manner that would interfere with state and federal permitting processes, by including a broad range of environmental, technical, and reclamation standards already regulated at the state and federal levels, and a waiver provision that is both highly discretionary and difficult to apply, the proposed regulations will continue to provide an avenue for third-party litigants to collaterally attack state and federal permitting decisions and burden the county's efficient administration of its land use code.
Thank you, Mr. Ekman. I appreciate your comments. I'm sorry, but we've reached the 3
Thank
limit. Is there someone in the room? Yes, please. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Chris Newman with the law firm Greenberg Traurig, and I'm representing the Mining Association, several of the mining companies present, Anfield, Western, Energy Fuels. We've all been working together on comments to the regulations. Let me first say that this process is familiar. Every time DRMS changes its rules, people come out of the woodwork, and the comments and the stakeholder process goes on a long time. And what you maybe sense here is there are a lot of moving parts and a lot of good thinking going on. And the staff is, as Kay said, are still acknowledging some of our points are reasonable and adding them in. I haven't had a chance to see the latest staff red line, but I'm encouraged by the progress we're making. And I do think that we could continue to make progress and get to something that is a win-win for everybody involved. And as far as first quarter 2026 and the request for continuance, one thing you should know is that although we've had a few more notices of intent to explore, DRMS came in and presented to you, and they shared that we've had 7 recently, 41 over the last 25 years, and yet we have 3 112 permits. There's not a lot of change in this industry. The pace of new developments is not like there's going to be something happening down the block tomorrow. These things take a lot of time, a lot of back and forth with the state, the Fed, and the county. And so even if we were to ask for a few more months and you were interested in that, you should know there's not going to be dramatic change in that period. It's going to be a fairly status quo operation. So you came and saw the Sunday mine, and you see that the footprint is small. There is no processing or use of chemicals here in the county. It's going to Utah, to the only operating uranium mill. As a result, the impacts are fairly small. You see a lot of road maintenance and repair and good work with the county to have agreements to do that. Some stormwater features to make sure that there are no issues. The ore pads are around 60 or 80 feet square, and material comes from underground to the pad to a truck to Utah. So those are the main issues, and they're issues we've been dealing with now for a long time with the county and the state and the Fed, and it's been working fairly well. Could it be improved? Sure. And we're all for that kind of a process. But just know that the materials that we propose striking are really addressed by DRMS, and that adequacy process takes typically 6 to 12 months. I've worked with all kinds of mining companies. It is not easy to get through that gauntlet. The county gets copies of things from the application process quite frequently and is engaged. That process is ongoing. We'd love to improve it, maybe have an MOU with DRMS and the county. I mean, we're open to anything, but we'd like to use the process that exists. And thank you for your time.
We'll move now to anybody else online who may wish to comment. Just raise your hand. Ms. Gordon. We will make you co-host momentarily. There you go. Feel free to unmute and turn on your camera.
Great. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of the West End. Through the West End Vision project that we have now been working on for a little over a year, I want to emphasize that mining is something that the West End is supportive of and is happy to see return to the West End. Mining does bring high wage jobs. It also brings property taxes that have been lost as a just transition community. I know that you've heard today from many people that have a lot more experience in mining directly than I have, but as you make the decisions to which regulations will be most fitting, especially for those parts in the western part of the county, that you keep in mind the citizens of the West End and what they would like to see come in. I can't speak to the fact that, or to how regulating these new mining regulations might be for these companies, as that is not my expertise, but it is my expertise in the people, and the people are happy to support it and happy to see it, and they're happy to see it in a balanced way. So I hope that you keep that in mind as you make your decision today, that really these decisions should be made for the people and should be supportive of what the desires of the community is. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Would someone in the room care to speak? Yes, please.
Hey, good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Grant Glazier. I represent Western Uranium and Vanadium. I'm also have a long family history in the area. My great-grandfather was a miner in Telluride. My grandfather homesteaded here in Norwood before becoming the principal of Telluride High School. So my family has a long history here, as well as a legacy. I'm gonna sit down so I can read this.
Please.
Thank you. Western Uranium would like to add that we think the board will be better prepared by taking CMA's comments, delaying this vote until the first of next year, so that they can have their time to further amend these mining regulations to a point to where all parties can be happy with. Our issues are with the well-paying jobs and the revenues that our projects support. We support local businesses at a time when the West End is trying to diversify its economy. Responsible mineral development represents one of the few opportunities for long-term growth and stability. If these drafts are adopted, the opportunities could disappear and investment would go to other regions. I also like to add that as Western Uranium has been operating the Sunday Mine, as you know, for a number of years, we think that we have worked well with the county to address any concerns it has, and we would hope to do that in the future in a more cooperative manner. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving now to online. Anybody who'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Lots of people online, but they must be listening, not speaking. I'll go back to the room. Anybody else care to comment? Yes, please, in the back row, come on up.
Thank you, commissioners, for taking our input and appreciate it. I'm Dr. Dick Steele, a retired veterinarian from Delta, and I'm representing the Western Colorado Gold Prospectors chapter. I'm a claim owner in San Miguel County, and as a recreational miner, I cannot afford to meet the requirements that are proposed to use my small dredge or my high banker. A day's work impacts about the size of this tabletop. You know, it's not a big area. We always fill up our holes at the day's end. We strive to leave our claims better than we found them. We pick up trash on the claims. We remove mercury and lead from the river, and we follow the BLM's requirements. So I'd sure like to encourage you to include the small dredges and high bankers in the section area of the 106 D2 exceptions, along with the gold panning and sluicing. I'm a little concerned about the 200 feet from a scenic byway because our claims are on San Miguel River. The highways follow the river. So pretty much everything's within 200 feet of the scenic byway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Just checking my notes. Did you provide a written comment as well? Yes, you did. Okay, thank you. Anybody else online? Okay, just know if you are online, raise your hand at any time and we will alternate once I start seeing hands. In the meantime, I'll just continue with those in the room. Yes, sir, in the back row.
Thank you. My name is Rich Tunga from the other side of the hill over here. I'm a member also of the Western Colorado Gold Prospectors Association. I've gotten into this pretty hot and heavy with my granddaughter, something for her to be involved in. I cannot afford to keep changing. You know, I've got dredges, small ones. Our impact is very minimal. Our holes, as Dick has said, they're no more than this tabletop. We fill our holes in at the end of the day. We don't undermine the shorelines, making it hazardous for others. We do, you know, find the fisherman's lead from their lines. We don't leave it behind. It goes out with us. I have a jar at home that's half full of just people's sinkers and stuff that way from fishing. So it's, you know, our contribution back to the environment, you know, cleaning as we go. We don't leave trash. We pick up behind others. We found candy wrappers and sandwich baggies from the rafters along the river down here. So the 200-foot setback, yeah, no, it devastates us. So we'd like you to take that into consideration as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you pronounce your last name again?
Tunget, T-U-N-G-E-T.
Thank you, Mr. Tun. Anybody else in the room? Yes, please. Ruby Boyd.
Hi, everyone, and hi, commissioners. Thank you for undertaking this code update and for allowing us the opportunity to comment. We really appreciate y'all and some of the really awesome updates you've included in the application and permit materials and the 3-year timeframe for project commencement. And we
Can I interrupt you? I know I introduced you by name, but
Oh,
you
yes.
just mentioned your affiliation.
Sorry, yes, Ruthie Boyd with Sheep Mountain Alliance.
Thank you.
And we believe that the specificity of the application requirements, though they may be duplicative at some points, allow the county to have a higher level of understanding and decision-making regarding mining, which we feel is important for local jurisdictions. I just have a couple of quick comments to add to my previous comments that we submitted. We're just a little unclear on the purpose of the waiver review criteria and want to know more about how allowing applicants to request waivers due to technical infeasibility or nature of intensity will work. It seems a little bit ambiguous to me at times, especially when the waiver could be applied to sections 304 and 306, which include requirements such as setback requirements, conservation and efficiency, air quality, noise and vibration, and other important criteria. And I just want to know more about how these impacts could be waived for things such as setback requirement that needs to be smaller, or an inability to prove whether or not the air quality will be impacted, and items such as those. Other than that, I just wanted to say thank you all again for undertaking this, and yeah, we appreciate it.
Thank you. The piece in particular that you called out was the the technology waiver, or what was that? Can you just repeat that?
Technical infeasibility. Technical infeasibility.
Technical infeasibility. Okay, who's next in the room? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Emily Laidlaw and I'm from Sheep Mountain Alliance. And just wanted to echo and support the things that Ruthie said. It would be great to know a little more, I guess, understand a little more about the waiver process and just kind of how that works. I think it felt like some things weren't as well defined as maybe they could be. But in general, I just wanted to say thank you. I know that you guys are balancing a lot of diverse interests in the county, and that it's hard to get all of us and address all of our concerns. So we really appreciate, it always seems like you guys really take a lot of time to talk to everyone on all sides and kind of listen to our concerns. So we appreciate that. So thank you.
Generally. In the room. Yes, some more people just, yes.
Okay, I guess it's my turn.
It's your turn.
Okay, my name is Josh Bleak with Anfield Energy. I met a few of you, or a couple of you anyways, out at the site visit at Sunday, so it's good to see you again. We are a mining company, publicly traded. We're just starting to trade on the NASDAQ tomorrow. We'll have our bell ringing ceremony next week, next Thursday, for any of you that want to watch. The reason that we're in this position is because of the resources that we have, and largely these resources are in southwestern Colorado. So 3 of the 4 mining areas that we have, the other is just across the state line in Utah, all within southwestern Colorado, with our largest resource being in San Miguel County. So this is very important to us. This is something that, we would have liked to have been involved in from the very beginning. And as claimants, which I think a couple of the gentlemen kind of mentioned their mining claims, we weren't sought out initially. So we kind of had to come about this after some of the other agencies and the other groups had already been involved. And so from an interested party standpoint, we do feel like we've come in kind of at the end of the process. And so that's a bit difficult. So in fairness, we participated in everything. And in the last planning meeting, we started off with a comment about, couldn't the county just remove mining from certain areas like high country? And I think outside counsel said, well, you can't take away those mining rights. Those mineral rights exist there as real rights. Later in that same meeting, there was a comment that ultimately, if we get to the point that we just can't find a way to approve, and all other approvals have come in for any of these mining projects, can we still say no? And again, outside counsel advised that would be within your right. And so I think that's a bit telling to us. And Commissioner Brown, you asked a great question, one that we've been asking since we've been aware of these mining regulations. Were there any specific concerns that are not addressed by the state and feds? And we still haven't gotten a clear picture of that. We do not know those specific concerns. We've continued to hear transparency, which the process through DRMS, the state agency, is a very transparent one. All interested parties have an opportunity to participate. We continue to hear housing. And I think the housing one's a bit ironic. So I stayed in Cortez last night. All the places were full. And I asked, there was one room left at the Best Western, and it wasn't the best place to stay, but I stayed there and I said, how is it that on a weeknight, everything's full? Telluride. That was the answer I got. Telluride. I used to stay in Natarita. Beautiful little place, Rimrock Motel. It's closed now. Why is it closed? Telluride was the answer. Telluride. So is this a Telluride issue or is this a county issue? That's my comment. And then if I have time, quickly on legacy management, Commissioner Gleason, I'd be happy to answer the question about legacy management afterwards if there is. You had asked a question earlier, and I think there was a piece kind of left out there. So thank you, guys.
Let's get to the end of the public comment, and then perhaps we can bring Josh back up. Okay. Anybody else in the room? Nope. Oh, hello, Jennifer Thurston online. Thank you. We are giving you access. There you go. You should be able to unmute now. And turn on your video if you like.
Okay, great. And maybe you can see me too. Hi, my name is Jennifer Thurston, and I am with the Information Network for Responsible Mining, as well as a native of San Miguel County and a homeowner in the West End. And I work on mining issues around the state of Colorado. And I just want to say congratulations to the county. I think it's a very important step that you've taken in claiming your jurisdiction over these issues and implementing a really fair and thoughtful permitting regime that is meaningful to the residents of San Miguel County. And as an environmentalist, of course, I would put creeks and rivers first as one of the most important things to protect. I could suggest plenty of ways that this code could be more restrictive and more protective of the environment. But what I think you have done and have achieved is putting together a really excellent code that meets the standards of the planning profession and government agencies and does an excellent job of actually addressing the reasonable expectations and requests from the industry and moving past those that are not. So I really encourage you to adopt this code. It has been a very lengthy public process. I know that you're receiving requests to delay it until next January. I think that's fine. If you want to continue working on it and having more conversations and going around, things can always get better. I would request that you also issue a temporary moratorium in permits to go along with any further delays in adopting the code. I think that would be very reasonable. The other thing, the waiver section, I think you seem to have reached a good balance in trying to give the planning department enough leeway to decide what might be redundant and duplicative. And I think I'm satisfied with that at this point, although of course we don't like waivers of any kind, right? As citizens and people who are impacted by mining. But I feel that that's something good that you can move forward with. I would ask you to make all mining and exploration related permits subject to two-step review. I think this is very important. Mining is the most polluting industry in the state of Colorado, despite its relatively small size compared to other industries. Any decision related to mining is potentially a political one. And I would think that even a single exploration hole that would normally fit under your definition of something very small, and that might be good to exempt or to leave up to only the Planning Commission. If it's inside a wilderness study area, it's a really big deal. So again, thank you for the chance to make comments.
Thank you, Jennifer. Ms. Thurston. Moving back to the room. I don't see any hands, any additional hands online. Okay, well, I am now closing the public comment period and we will resume board questions and deliberation. I'll just start with something I hope will be easy to address. Both Mr. Steele and Mr. Tunget, mentioned that they are members of the Gold Prospectors Association, and I took that to mean that they are very small operators and or potentially recreational operators. And I just wanted to make sure that their concerns have been addressed by the new section that you discussed during your presentation regarding recreational mining. Mr. Steele in particular questioned whether small dredgers and high bankers are included. And so could you just clarify for those gentlemen and others with similar interests whether they are required to meet the regulations here?
So the BLM recreational permits, as I understand them, do not allow motorized or very small motorized, I can't remember exactly, dredging. And I believe in Mr. Steele's comment, he was asking about using a higher horsepower. And perhaps if they could clarify what sort of BLM permits they operate under. Are they under the BLM recreational permit? Or is it a different type of permit?
Okay, I believe then maybe, Mr. Steele or Mr. Tungate, would you like to come back on up and answer Kay's question? We can try to sort this one out.
There is no permit required for, dredging as long as it's less than a 4-inch diameter, nozzle and less than a 10 horsepower motor, for high banking or dredging. For high banking, they do, if it's in an ACEC area of environmental concern, they do want you to do a plan of operation for that.
Okay, and you, okay, so is your position that small dredgers and high bankers are already regulated by the BLM? Is that your position?
No, they consider us the same as panning and sluicing.
Okay, so, all right, and so then your point would be then that we should also include that kind of
Yeah.
activity in our exclusions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Kay or David or anybody else, do you have thoughts on that? And maybe you could just point us to the section in the current draft that speaks to exclusions for recreational minors, so that we can look at that. I don't have it on the.
So it's in two places, 6301. The permit required. We have the following activities are exempt from county permit requirements. Non-commercial recreational rock collecting, casual gold padding conducted pursuant to the applicable regulations of the public lands manager. And non-motorized recreation placer mining in areas committed by the public lands manager for which casual use placer mining notification has been filed with BLM. And that's drawing directly from all the information that I could find last week on both looking through BLM and US Forest Service. And then if you also go to the definitions of mining operations in 6301K. So mining operation, subsection D, the term mining operation does not include activities that cause no or minimal surface disturbance, such as collection of geochemical rock, soil, and mineral specimens using hand tools, hand panning, non-motorized sluicing, or work which causes no greater land disturbance than is caused by ordinary lawful use of the land by, it says B, it should be by persons not mining. So that's what we have in the code right now.
Okay, so commissioners, it would seem reasonable to me that since the BLM doesn't require any kind of permit for the kind of activity Mr. Steele and Mr. Tungate are undertaking, that we would also exclude that kind of activity from our regulations, and yet it feels like maybe we haven't covered those. What is your impression and what is your view?
I would agree. I would ask that we double check Mr. Steele's statement, not because I doubt your honesty, but just because I've never read those regs anywhere in the BLM packet, and I'd like to make sure that I got confused in federal regulations yesterday and had some egg on my face, and I fear that you've read them more carefully than I'm ever going to, but I'd like to check that. The other thing that I heard brought up by both gentlemen was the concern with 200-foot setback from scenic byway. And if we are in agreement that this is truly as minor as it sounds, and that the BLM is not concerned about it, then I'd like to also include something about the setbacks, and MSCK has their finger up.
Yeah. So if we are determining that this activity is not exempt because it falls under the applicable regulations of the public lands manager, the BLM, then it also means that it's not subject to our setback requirements.
So.
They would be excluded from all of our
Yeah.
requirements,
Yes.
regulations.
I think we used the word not exempt, but meant is exempt.
Yeah, if they are exempt
Yes.
because of the public lands manager regulations, then they're also exempt from our regulations,
Correct.
which means they don't have to follow the setback.
Right.
Okay, I think we're in agreement there, and I feel like unless Commissioner Gleason feels strongly otherwise, that we've got two commissioners leaning that direction.
No, I support the direction we're going with this. I also like the idea of cross-referencing, not that we don't believe that the real seasoned practitioners in the room, but you know, I think just following due process, just checking that out. I will say from being an avid river user, I've seen some of these operations along the river and they're small footprints.
Okay, yeah, great. So I think that's a direction in terms of maybe needing to adjust the regulations in order to allow the kinds of operations that Mr. Steele and Mr. Tungate are involved with. Is that clear? And do you agree with that? It's okay, or do you think we're missing something?
Yeah, I've made a note to myself here to, consult with the BLM to see what fits with their regulations and their terminology. Because, I was pulling this together with, just this last week.
Sure.
And, having to, collaborate with Google instead.
Okay, all right. Well, I think that was actually a point that Josh made. Was it Josh about how, or somebody from the mining industry made that we are kind of making some changes as we go as recently as yesterday. So I want to make certain that those changes that we've made, that we're all comfortable with. I think we also mentioned already, I'm just making a list here of direction that we've provided, that we would somehow clarify what the appeal process is.
Yeah, so if I could add there.
Yeah.
Or I want to walk back what I said about the appeal process. We'd had an early discussion. I actually was able to text Tori and say, what do you remember?
Right.
She's tied up on the other end of the state today, which is why she can't be here. So she reminded me that we originally discussed having an appeal process to the BOCC. And ultimately we pulled it out. And the reason for that, is that in any sort of a consideration of an appeal, it would be difficult for the board to stay within the scope of that limited appeal. Excuse me. You could in fact drift into being pre-decisional on the permit. As you know, these are quasi-judicial decisions in which you have to approach it without having made a prior decision. We could limit it to
Hey, let's do this. Instead of you thinking on the fly, which is always difficult.
Yeah.
Maybe that's another point that needs more time and consideration. But I think that the board is interested in finding some appeal process that doesn't put us at risk of interfering with the quasi judicial eventual decision. And I'm not sure any of us know exactly what that is, but I think we'd all like to see it.
Agreed. Linda?
Yeah, agreed. I think more time is needed to really hash this out and come up with clarification and process.
Yeah.
And the request then is with regard to appeal of waivers.
Correct. I have some other points I want to bring up, but I'd like to share the floor with you guys. So what else came to mind for you all from the public comment?
I mean, there was a couple of requests to pump the brakes until the first of the year. And there's a counter suggestion, if that's the case, that we put a moratorium on permits and that concept. I'm gonna put that on the table as, direct requests from the public documents and then push that out.
Lance, would you like to respond to that?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's something that I can see the link, but I also recall both Chris Newman and others on our staff saying that we're not being inundated by requests for even exploration, and that it is a slow process. I wouldn't be comfortable setting a firm January 2026 is when this will be done, but instead might consider extending the conversation and knowing that we've already given requests for additional homework, if you will, to our staff. That's happening. So I don't know that I need to set a decision date. I just know that we're gonna keep chewing on this, and we're gonna get back together in the same room and hopefully not say the same things. I do have a comment that I could make for Mr. Gleek. Josh?
Yes, yes.
Before we move on to
Okay.
another topic,
Go ahead.
I'd just like to address Felina's question as well. It does seem to me that we will need to continue this. As you said, there are already a couple substantial direction that we've given to the staff. And I think there'll be some more as we continue this conversation. Regarding a moratorium, that came to mind for me as well, because we did that with the solar regulations. What I think is different here is that, as we said, that it's not apparently quite as urgent and things won't happen necessarily as quickly. The other consideration I have in mind is that we already do have mining regulations in place that we can refer to and that we have been referring to. And while they are not as detailed and may be perceived as more vague and therefore difficult to follow, it's not like we have nothing to work with should an application come forward. I also think that a moratorium doesn't look so good. This is an industry that has been in San Miguel County for generations. We have people in the room right here who have been mining for generations. I remember you from the mine tour, your big muscles. And I think it just sends the wrong message. I'm personally not interested in shutting down mining in San Miguel County. I do want to make sure that we have an opportunity to review potential operations with the county lens, as David says, and I think we can get there in a way that doesn't feel so onerous. But I'm not at all in support of a moratorium today.
There's two commissioners.
Okay.
I'm probably get to three.
I don't think there's any reason to place a moratorium.
There's three commissioners.
And based on applications that have been submitted and what you might anticipate, I just don't think that it's necessary. But I did want to address that.
Thank you.
It was a direct response to pushing this down the road for further consideration.
I had that highlighted as well. Lance, sorry, I interrupted you. You wanted to bring something else up.
That's all right. I'm glad that we completed that topic. And Josh, I did want to address your question about feeling that you didn't have the specifics of what was going to be county oriented versus already required by the state and feds. I was attempting to do that earlier during Kay's presentation, and I felt like I got a pretty clear answer that I can't list them all because my memory is not good enough, but housing, as you mentioned, and I'll circle back to that in a second, but also some of the other very county specific impacts that the state or federal government wouldn't think about were listed in many of those double letter sections. And I hope that was helpful for you. It was certainly helpful for me. To finish my thought about housing, your observations about lack of lodging in both Cortez and Matarita are accurate. And Telluride is the economic driver for San Miguel County. Let's be honest about that. However, Telluride is part of San Miguel County and I'm a county commissioner. So if I am asked to approve a new industry, knowing that I've got a problem within my existing jurisdiction for housing, it's not prudent for me to simply say, oh, not my problem, let her buck. I have to accept that the truth is there is a housing problem. Whoever's created it, Telluride Mountain Village, doesn't matter. It's my problem. And so therefore it is in my interest and my citizens' interests not to add to that problem without having some plan to mitigate. I hope that
Yeah, it's something we would feel comfortable addressing because it's pretty easy. Essentially, the people from the West End wouldn't be commuting to Telluride anymore. We have so many applicants now. We would love to take them all in.
And when we get to an actual
Yeah.
application, you would make that statement clear.
Yeah, it would be great for traffic,
And
right?
we'd sail right through that.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to try to remind you that I'm not Telluride, but I am San Miguel County.
Yeah.
And therefore I am concerned about the entire county, and Telluride's affecting that. I've got to respond to that. And
Yeah,
we've got
I
to
appreciate it.
answer
Thank
We're
you.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. You mentioned the idea of it being a little bit unclear, and I think I brought this up earlier about what parts of these regulations are already covered by state and federal agencies versus what is new and different for San Miguel County. And I'm just trying to sort out in my own mind if there is a way or if there's a reason to make that more clear in the regulations, so that people don't, or applicants don't look at this and feel overwhelmed and wonder what they've already done, what they haven't done. I just don't know. But I did see in the CMA red line, just entire sections that were crossed out because they felt that was already well regulated. And I'm just wondering if there's another way for us as a county to treat those sections or those topics that we know are at least somewhat regulated, that we only want to sort of apply our lens to versus making it appear that it's a completely new part of an application. You know what I'm getting at here?
I think I do. Can I try to say it
Please.
another way?
Yes, please help me with that.
If we were able to asterisk or indicate in different font or with a parenthetical comment after each requirement that we are asking for, that it is covered already or could be covered with an existing state or federal application, perhaps that would achieve the goal that you are looking at, which is to allow an applicant who isn't savvy, doesn't have chops like, say, Chris Newman or some of the other pros in the room, but is trying to get through what seems to be an imposing document, might streamline the reading for them.
Something like that could be an option. Galena, did you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to hash this out in my mind for quite some time now, and, you know, based on all of the comments about the requirements being duplicative and therefore, you know, really burdensome. And, you know, there's been some comments about them being potentially conflicting, which I've been trying to parse that out as well. And I've been entertaining how this could be addressed, whether there be like 2 sections even of standards. That could be another way, but without knowing the DRMS or BLM requirements inside and out, it's hard to know, like, for instance, I'll use you know, water as an example. Like, what are the requirements there? And, you know, the county's concerns about outside of the footprint of the actual operation. We're concerned about water runoff or you know, effects to natural water cycles outside of the footprint. So how do we address that? Because it's the way these are written, this kind of blanket, it's like this specific standard and some, you know, permit, DRMS permits or BLM that have addressed that, but maybe you're certain, right? So
to our geography.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been trying to figure out how we could address that so it's more straightforward for an applicant to understand, you know, what is needed in addition to what they have provided. Because, yeah, to your point, Commissioner Waring, I mean, there are some pros who know this inside and out, but I feel that these regulations as drafted could be very restrictive on smaller operations.
Yes.
You know, that maybe don't have the administrative robustness that some bigger operations do. And, you know, we want this to be approachable for all. But we are concerned about mitigating these impacts. That's our job, right? So I wish I had a real clean answer, but I thought about maybe breaking it into sections. I would defer to to staff and experts in the room about this concept.
One of the folks on Zoom, Ms. Thurston, used the words claim your jurisdiction. And so a suggestion would be, first, claim your jurisdiction. And you actually have jurisdiction on A through ZZ. The second step would be to use the jurisdiction that you claim prudently. And the thought in the draft is that's why there are waivers. And almost most important in the draft is a burden of proof and a burden of persuasion. And it may be that an applicant comes in at that pre-application point and says, I've already got this covered with the feds or the state, and is able to persuade that it is covered. But I would say, don't not claim your jurisdiction up front. And an apprehension is that may be what you're about to do, that there are whole subject areas that you say are covered. But we don't know that. And we don't know that on an application by application basis. So if the instruction is there a way to narrow down the burden on the applicant? Maybe that's appropriate, but eliminating whole subject areas from your claim of jurisdiction really may not be.
I don't think we were suggesting that we would eliminate whole sections or areas. I think we were suggesting that somehow we identify in the regulations what we understand is already regulated, that we are just applying, as you called it, the local prism to, or the county prism. I'm personally not in favor of striking whole sections.
Is what we have seen sometimes is an initial statement of basis and purpose. And would that help? If there was a declaration at the beginning that said, it is our intent to claim our jurisdiction and use it prudently. And part of that is to educate ourselves in an individual application about what already has been accomplished. Do that as a statement of, I'm used to calling it a statement of basis and purpose, a statement of philosophy. How broad do you want to make your reach? Is that I'm trying to come up with solutions as we're speaking.
You wanted to say something?
Well, yeah, and we already have in the draft a purpose statement. And
Read that out loud for us, please.
yes, I will. Just noting that, you know, we've had examples where we've gone a little too far into our purpose statement and it's caused problems. So it's important to find the balance. Yeah. And so the purpose of this section is to ensure that mining and mineral processing and related activities are conducted in a manner that protects public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife of San Miguel County, and in a manner that complements and does not conflict with or duplicate state and federal permitting processes.
So that a way that complements does not conflict with. And I think that, you know, you just nailed it. That's what we're trying to define here.
And, you know, I've said this for other areas where we've been looking at, you know, code amendments. You know, there's a saying, how many pad thai recipes are there? Well, how many cooks are there? And, you know, we're dealing with tens of thousands of acres of just a plethora of conditions. And any number of possible ways or methods of operation. And there's no way to write perfect regulations that anticipate every single one of those and balance all the scales. And so what we've tried to do is create something that hits all the big topics and then allows us to filter through and sort out. And this is the way it is with any land use decision. You know, you say what is really important, you know, when you're making your findings, what is most important?
Yes. Okay, I just want one word that I think I wrote down when Lena was speaking a minute ago was about our regulations potentially conflicting with state and federal regulations. And I think we've made it quite clear in here, both in the purpose statement and later, there's another section, which I can't put my finger on right now, that makes that overt statement as well, that if there is a conflict, that the state or federal regulation would supersede ours. That's not the language, but I'm not worried so much about conflicts. I'm really more worried about just an onerous process. That's more what I'm worried about. Does anyone, yeah, go ahead, Lance.
I'd like to speak to that onerous process because I felt like David actually gave me some clarity there. Commissioner Gleason, in your example of being concerned about a small operator that doesn't have the chops to navigate complex documents, they've already, no matter what size they are, had to go through DRMS and any federal permitting. So they've got to have that amount of skill to navigate those processes. From there, if it's a truly small operator, there is a pre-application process where they come in and discuss with the planning director what their intentions are, what the scope of their intentions are, and they go through AA through ZZ and discuss each point. And during that conversation, it may come up that housing is a non-issue, for example. It may come up that water quality could be an issue and needs to be looked into and addressed more carefully. And with that initial conversation that accomplishes what Kay was saying, which is trying to take every possible mining operation and then tailor each situation to reality, I'm increasingly comfortable. And I'm not as concerned about having to asterisk each one that may be already covered under a state or federal permit as I am about making sure that that pre-application process is as clear as possible, takes as long as it needs, and that at the end of the day, both parties, planning and applicant, are clear on what's expected from both parties in the future. So I feel like we actually are doing the best we can to provide clarity through a conversation on an individual basis, as opposed to trying to write code for every permutation.
Hear you.
Thank you.
I do as well. I want to circle back as part of this part of the conversation to what David suggested, which is a purpose statement. And I'm wondering if we need to adjust this in some way to express my interest, and I don't know if you all share it, in allowing mining in our county, and even, working to I don't want to say encourage that industry, but certainly by no means to get in the way of it, while making sure that impacts are mitigated. And there is nothing in here that speaks to that. And maybe that doesn't belong in our regulations. It belongs more in our.
It's in our zoning.
Pardon me?
It's in the description of zoning. Kay, back me up here, but there's a comment somewhere in the zoning description saying that mining is a long legacy tradition and that San Miguel County has interest in continuing that. I'd have to dig to find it, but it is.
We've got the, in Article 2, the land use policies.
There we go.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find that again.
Glad you were here.
Glad you're here.
Yeah, section 2-35, mining and mineral processing operations. It is the policy of the county to permit commencement or expansion of mining and mineral operations only in appropriate areas identified pursuant to the county comprehensive development plan with review as appropriate under state land use code section 5-4, et cetera, et cetera.
But the opening phrase, it is the policy of the county to permit, is what stuck in my mind.
And then quickly followed by only
in appropriate areas.
Which is the second part of what you said. We're not against mining as a county, but we are interested in responsible mining that doesn't scar the landscape or leave a legacy of waste behind.
Do you think it would be appropriate to incorporate some of that language from section 2 into our purpose, just as a reminder for not only applicants, but boards that are considering an application?
I look at them side by side and I think they're complementary.
Perhaps even just a reference to that section of the land use code.
We haven't made a practice of referencing back to our policies.
And just referring back to my time on the planning commission, and that wasn't ever necessarily referenced in any special use permit process, and you know, had that not been pointed out to me, I would not have necessarily.
I'm not adverse to adding
You
the
know,
first sentence, the
back.
caveat, as part of our purpose statement. I think that there's room within that paragraph for an additional sentence.
I'd like to look at that option.
That's Laura or David to do some crafting on that, please.
Thank you. Another question that was brought up by Ms. Thurston is a suggestion that all of these applications addressed in Article 6 would be a two-step process. And I believe that the County Planning Commission sorted that out and thought that through very carefully, but I didn't want to just not address that. Hey, maybe you could remind us of how exactly they came to that decision. Yeah, about what would be one step and what would be two step, and also I like to look at it while you're describing it. Can you remind me where that is?
You have to remind me where it is.
Sorry.
Sorry, and just to piggyback on that, just a definition of minor exploration, because that's what.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of triggers the one step versus two step process there.
So exploration minor, and we actually went back and looked at all of our, last several years of exploration activities. And only one of them would have been under this process.
Which process? The minor?
The minor,
Okay.
one step. And minor exploration is exploration that meets one or more of the following conditions. The exploration does not include proposed permanent or temporary new roads. So they're not having to build a new road to get to it. The exploration involves 2 or fewer areas of surface disturbance per acre that each total less than 1,600 square feet of disturbance. And the exploration involves less than 5 acres of total surface disturbance, including road improvements and construction. So, we looked at it in the context of what we had for, what we were getting for permits. And like I said, only one of them fit in. All the others were bigger. But I mean, there's, if you're trying to balance, the public interest versus, development and right sizing, at a certain point, you need to look at, are you using the appropriate level of review? And, 2-step is your biggest. 1-step, there's some review, which means the public knows about it. And then there's administrative, where we're looking at very subjective standards and issuing development permits administratively. And, the decision was not to, aside from the activity notice for reclamation activities, to not have any administrative approvals.
Right.
And we did discuss that quite a bit in the work sessions, and then leading up to the, filing to the planning commission meeting.
So there were 2 areas, as I recall, that would be subject to a 1-step review. One was exploration minor, and what was the other one again? I'm looking, oh, here it is. Minor exploration, is that the only one that's 1-step? This is on page 7 of the.
So yeah, level review, mining operation 2-step, exploration 2-step, minor exploration 1-step, reclamation only less than 5 acres is 1-step. And then reclamation only by state or federal are activity notice.
I'm inclined to accept a unanimous recommendation from the planning commission on this.
I am as well, since reasonable, prudent to me.
I agree. Okay. Vance, was there anything else I can keep going if, I'll keep going. There were comments on sort of both sides of the aisle, if you will, about the new waivers section, 302C, and how, both the industry and Sheep Mountain felt that it was a little vague or, unclear, I guess, how those waiver decisions would be made. And I know this is a new section that was not reviewed by the planning commission. It was suggested by them, but they have not reviewed it. I don't recall any very specific comments that weren't acceptable, or pieces that weren't acceptable to the commenters, other than CMA requesting an additional section. But how do you all feel about the waiver of review criteria and whether that needs another look?
Kay has said that she's feeling like she's gone as far as she can.
Yeah.
I also heard that it was not available for the CPC to review the final language. And it does make some sense to me to ask them to convene and discuss. That's not to say that they'll change anything, but it might be an interesting conversation, especially if there are voices, as you said, from both sides of the aisle, posing questions and trying to understand it more clearly. That conversation could generate more happiness on both sides.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kay.
Yeah, what we could do is, not remand the whole thing to the BOS or to the planning commission, but to ask them the question at their October, I think it's, can't remember what day it is. At their October meeting, I think it's the 11th. To review this one section and provide comment to you.
That was my intent.
And then, since we're obviously heading towards a continuance, probably continue this to whatever the first meeting in November is. And that gives us time to have that little bit of back and forth. And then also internally, we can look at it a bit more. But again, going back to the plethora of potential situations, it's really hard to be much more specific than this. And again, it goes back, the burden is kind of on the applicant to explain why they should get the waiver, rather than us trying to determine waivers.
Understood. Yeah, Lance, I think that's a great idea. To send it back to this section only back to the planning commission. And one thing I wonder if we could give them some direction on is CMA's suggestion of a whole new section. And in my reams of paper, I can't put my finger on it, but it was basically something about excluding any pieces. Do you have it right there, Galina? I think there were part 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, thank you. Look at that. Okay. So, so this section says the planning director, this is a suggestion by the CMA. The planning director shall waive the applicability of one or more of the review criteria of sections 304, 306 upon a showing by the applicant of any one of the following. The criteria or the subject matter of the criteria has been addressed pursuant to permit by Dreams. Criteria or the subject matter of the criteria has been addressed in permit application materials submitted for approval to Dreams, or in BLM. The criteria, if applied to a proposed operation on federal land subject to unpatented mining claims or on federal land subject to a lease issued by DOE, would prevent the claimant from exercising rights conveyed by such a mining claim. I don't know that I can provide immediate feedback on that, so maybe the CPC could look at that as well and just give us their.
I suspect that the CMA will be in attendance at that meeting and will.
Yeah, and I was this way, and there are some comments made that there. I believe Mr. Newman said that he hasn't even had time to properly review the new waiver language, so I anticipate that in front of that October CPC meeting, there would be more updated comments from, from a plethora of members of the public and the industry on this. Okay. And I also support the idea of this going back to the planning commission. The waiver concept was one from them, and they've been juggling it.
Yeah.
I think that their feedback would be really valuable at this point, so.
Great, all right, let's do that, and it makes a lot of sense, because they're the ones who requested it, to see if it meets what their expectations and desires were. There was another comment I wanted to call out that was made by Mr. Ekman. That concerns that these regulations conflict with and are duplicative to state and federal regulations, and we've obviously talked about that quite a bit. Mr. Ekman made the statement that DRMS and the BLM share these concerns. And I do not see any comments from them in our packet on that topic or on anything else. And so I wondered if, hey, you could address that, whether DRMS and BLM share concerns about our regulations being duplicative or in conflict.
In our early conversations with BLM and DRMS, yes, that was definitely articulated. And we had, meetings with them, conversations back and forth. Tori took the opportunity to personally meet with them additionally. With their counsel. And of course, we had the DRMS work session back in May. And I think we all came to an understanding that we're all trying to, navigate through our regulatory waters. And occasionally there's some blending, but we are, we made it clear that, we're not, as we stated, that we're working on mitigating the impacts as they are, related to the county's sphere of influence. Not trying to override or overrule them. The question came up, can we deny an application? Well, yes, but we have to make findings. It's not that you're going to deny mining, it's that you're, if we can't resolve something that is important, then there may be a denial based on the finding that, and then you lay it all out.
Yeah.
But we're trying to take every step we can up to that point to cure whatever that issue and concern is. And
okay, our DRMS and BLM, were they sent the most recent draft? Were they on? Okay, so I would assume that if they had major issues, they would have responded, and they will continue to be copied on that.
Yes, they are. Yeah, you saw in the packet, the review agency list of everybody that got it. There's 69 entities.
Thank you.
And
That's a yes. Okay, perfect. And then the last thing that I had highlighted to come back to is Josh had offered to address a question by Commissioner Gleason about legacy management.
Yeah, the DOE ones.
And that been covered?
There was a second part that he was offering to share on that. Potential confirmation. I mean, I would, if you guys are open to it and we're all here in the room.
I think so.
It's just brief, but.
Sorry, do you mind coming up to that one here? Oh,
Okay, good, good.
Great.
Okay, so I think Kate did a pretty good job of summarizing Department of Energy Office of Legacy Management. However, there is this very small leasing program that exists, and I don't know that that's necessarily been addressed. So typically we're talking about federal lands as they exist through Interior or Bureau of Land Management. But under this leasing program, which got tucked in under legacy management, there are 29 leases in the state of Colorado. Those are all past producing mines. And so that truly is different than what, and it's tough because legacy management really is over kind of what the government involvements, the Fed's involvement was in the past of creating this past legacy of uranium mining. But this leasing program is tucked in under that Office of Legacy Management. And they are essentially there to push these forward. So these leases are extended and these mines are there to go forward. So they have not been reclaimed in a full reclamation status to allow for future production there. And so I just wanted to make sure to differentiate in that, because Department of Energy, big department, Legacy, Office of Legacy Management, this kind of 100 sites that they kind of oversee. But then separate of that is a leasing program, and these are unique to the state of Colorado. So these 29 leases only exist here. They are all past producing mines. They all have identified resources that were identified by the federal government, by the Department of Energy, and they are specifically in the state that they are to allow them to go forward. So we were granted cessation and a lease extension through 2030 and future extensions based upon the idea of moving these forward.
And your concern, just remind me, regarding these 29 leases?
Just the idea of the participants or those interested parties that were allowed to participate. So Legacy Management is really separate of this leasing program. It just happens to be, because it's such a small program and it only impacts 29 leases or 29 past producing mines, 2 leaseholders. Again, that was not given any consideration in this process. Okay. So it's not Legacy Management as a whole, which oversees the government's involvement in these other sites that of the Fed's involvement in the uranium kind of heyday, the boom. These are 29 leases that exist and are there reserved for future mineral production, and which we are advancing now.
Okay, and bear with me, please.
Yep.
Is your concern that those 2 leaseholders of these 29 leases were not notified that the regulations were being developed? Or is your concern that these regulations are going to conflict with the intention of this particular program?
Absolutely. The ability to conflict. I mean, it's a weird position for an applicant, right? We're an applicant in so many different ways, but essentially we're defending DRMS and DOE to the county, saying that they're doing a great job in what we have to go through now. Right now, with an existing mine site, I think I heard a time frame of maybe 6 to 12 months, I think Chris talked about. But in all reality, it's probably a 3-year process as it currently exists. So we've got the mine, which I mentioned in San Miguel County, our largest resource, the Slick Rock. We're just trying to get a permit to do the well there, the monitoring well. And we're struggling with that. So just to get the monitoring well done, to then do 15 months or 5 quarters of water sampling, to then submit our application to move forward with the mine. So that's what we're already going through. And that's where we're saying the process is sufficient. The process that's in place now, and that was really the point in having the Board of Commissioners out to the Sunday mine. You know, this is something that, you know, is regulated at so many levels, and typically the county's involvement is land use, it's zoning, it's how the impacts might be on the community, like a housing issue. But to go to these other things as it pertains to water, as it pertains to mine safety, as it pertains to dust or noise or any type of emissions in that way, it's so covered already. So that was my point, is just making sure that DOE broadly, or Legacy Management broadly, was not really considering this lease program. That there wasn't any consideration given there to these 29 leases, which are a tremendous benefit to the state and to this industry. These are 29 past producing mines that can be very easily, in a kind of 1 year to 3 year time frame, brought back into production. And there is a shortfall in the US for this commodity. So
can I suggest that you consult or share, I think, your comments with Kay Simonson and how some specifics in terms of how these regulations might interfere with that, because it does seem like kind of a niche issue that we want to address, but I think to try to address it here today might be
yeah, and just pointing out those leases in particular, making sure that that you are aware that is a different type of land that is held.
In that now. Thank you. Lance?
Josh, in light of this new information, I support Commissioner Brown's request that you sit with Kay and perhaps Tori Jarvis in drafting these regulations with her, and make sure that new information is discussed and perhaps included. So
great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd add that, we're aware that, some of the older sites do still have, active leases and rights. And, our conversations with the DOE, they did not bring up any concerns or conflicts or any compelling reason as to why our regulations would not apply to,
Well, let's just double check if you could sit with Josh and make sure that that smaller program has not been inadvertently overlooked. I would appreciate that. Okay, anything else that came to mind that you'd like to address in the public comments, commissioners?
This just left, which is unfortunate because I wanted.
He had to catch a flight. Yeah.
I thought it meant he was happy, yeah.
I think it does.
Address the MOU with.
No, I was just gonna say that,
Yeah.
it seems that his legal opinion is that we're exceeding our authority and that I've been, informed, I've been pondering, and I have determined that my legal advisors tell me I'm not, and that he can stop beating that drum, but he's gone, so it doesn't matter.
Thank you. I had some more sort of specific comments of my own that came up during my review, but we are way past time here. And since we have decided to continue this, I think I'll just sit with our planning department and share those, or with the attorneys and share those. And I bet you can address them just in the comment. We don't need to bring everybody.
And I'm making myself a bunch of notes here that I'm gonna give you as a suggested motion.
We'll start with, I move to continue and
Yes.
remand.
And I'm taking notes, but I'm trying to write it in one single place. So what this would be is a recommendation to continue to November 5th. And with direction for the planning commission to consider the waiver provision and provide feedback to you.
Is that only the waiver provision, just to make sure that they don't misunderstand?
Correct.
I mean, you could, maybe we should spell out section 6-302C.
Yeah. Consider the language of 6-302C to verify that that's what they were thinking. Their meeting is on Thursday, October 9th. It will be here in Norwood. That gives us enough time to, go to them, and then get back to you on November 5th. Carmen, Mike, Jared, any problems with that date? No, good. And then also with direction to, contact the BLM to discuss the recreational mining requirements and propose amendments as needed in that regard. To verify with DOE regarding the legacy leases. And then to update the purpose statement to include clearer intent and policy, consistency with the policy statement.
And I think also to address our question regarding whether we can incorporate a process for waivers. And that way,
Yeah, that goes without saying that, the appeal process.
appeal process for waivers, correct?
And what I was hearing was clarifications on that appeal process.
Or perhaps creation of.
Creation. Is that clear, Kay, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's still a little bit of a muddied motion. Do we think we need to maybe type that up and refine it and make it after lunch? Or do you think I'll ask our staff if that's sufficient?
In other words, could I say so moved?
Yeah, can Lance say so moved? He can.
I just did. So moved.
How do you vote? Aye.
I as well.
Aye as well. The motion carries. We will continue this to November 5th. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and we look forward to continued conversation and to getting this right.
Thank you, Kay.
Yes, thank you, Kate. Thank you, David.
You're welcome. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
I know that we're planning to adjourn for lunch. Only today, about 15 minutes for lunch. Did you want to start at 12:50 perhaps? I know Mr. Lamb's here, but maybe 5 minutes will allow us not.
I think that's a great idea. Yes, so we ran almost half an hour over there, so rather than resuming after lunch at 12:45, we'll resume at 12:50. You.
That's the actual branch.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, Good afternoon, San Miguel County. I'm sorry to say it is not 12:50, it is 12:58, and we are resuming the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. Apologies for running late with planning matters, but we are ready to actually continue planning matters with item 10A, appeal of Jesse Lamb's employee housing mitigation fee. This was continued from our August 6th meeting. And hello, Mr. Huebner. Hello, Mr. Lamb. Hello. And anybody else here for that topic? Take it away, John.
Thank you, Commissioners. The board continued the item from the August 6th to allow Mr. Lamb a chance to prepare and submit an alternative employee generation calculation. I'm in a little trouble with, oh, there we go. So he came before you for an appeal of the assessment of the employee housing impact fees for 28 Village Lane. And instead of sharing all the presentation, I'll just try to get it down to its finest points, because I know you guys are in a time crunch. And so the appellant has developed an alternative calculation of employee generation. This new calculation assumes a significant amount of sweat equity in the construction and maintenance that will be undertaken by the appellant rather than by other construction employees. Some background on this, really quickly, you guys discussed this at your August 6th meeting, and really promptly afterwards, Mr. Lamb brought forward an alternative employee generation calculation for the construction of his new residence and future maintenance of the residence was submitted. Land Use Code Section 5-1303 GIA, fees applied to new are applicable for new construction building for which a building permit is required. And there are opportunities for applicants either for an exemption to the fee, and that's usually through a dwelling unit that would be smaller than 2,000 square feet. And the reasoning for that is that residential improvements greater than 2,000 square feet of floor area have a strong tendency for non-resident occupancy, and the employee generation for non-resident occupied residential structures is significantly greater than that for residential occupied improvements. The fee itself is calculated by the number of employees generated times 400 square feet per employee, multiplied by a mitigation rate, and then multiplied by the market affordability gap fee. And the 400 is set in the land use code, and which is a square foot value at 400 multiplied by the employee generation rate. And then finally, all projects are assessed in a housing mitigation rate between 18 to 90%. This particular project is at 23.4%. And at the time of construction, the market affordability gap was at $527 per square foot, all which yielded an employee impact fee of $19,159. There is a right for people to appeal their employee housing mitigation fees, either through a person being aggrieved by the decision of the planning office with respect to the administration of the employee housing impact fee, and that enables the board to either issue fees or waivers, or else they can present the alternative calculation of employee generation, which Mr. Lamb has brought forward. This chart shows the three different valuations. The first is the original fee valuation, which includes construction employee and maintenance employee generations, which are broken out together. And for the total employees generated, yielded 0.388407. And then proceeding from there, the different computations that are necessary to arrive at an employee housing mitigation fee. Mr. Lamb brought forward, he provided two spreadsheets, one for construction employees and one for maintenance employees, in which he would take on a significant portion of the work basically himself on his construction of the project, and also proposed for the maintenance of the project. Basically, he proposed 40 to 45% reduction in the number of employees necessary for both construction and maintenance employees because of the sweat equity that he was proposing to put in. The total employees from this methodology was 0.225, 432,068. Staff is fully on board with Mr. Lamb and bringing forward the adjusted construction employee generation of 0.414465. We have a hesitancy to apply the maintenance and operational employees going forward. Whereas Mr. Lamb has already produced an affidavit that he intends to provide the labor for this project. And as a requirement, if the board would so approve an adjustment to his fee, he would also prepare a affidavit that he did that he did provide those hours. Going forward, it's hard to ascertain if he is going to be living in the single family residency going forward. There's really, we have guarantees that he's making that he will be there for the construction and providing that labor. But going forward, it would be a little less clear, and it would, and for that reason, planning is hesitant to make a precedent, so to speak, that of allowing also maintenance and operation employees to be reduced in this fashion. And so the third column is the staff recommendation, which takes into account Mr. Lamb's construction employees, but uses the normal employees for the maintenance and operation of the home, yielding a smaller 0.288 number of total employees, which when you go through the remaining calculation yields a impact fee of $14,220, which just off the top of my head is, I think, $4,939 of a savings of what he initially paid. And so basically the board may uphold the planning director's decision and keep planning or keep the employee mitigation fee at what it currently is, $19,159. You may grant for the applicant or appellant for the amount in $11,120, or you can go with the staff's recommendation of $14,220. And that way, this would be before us. This is the first opportunity or first opportunity somebody has come forward with an alternative employee generation calculation. And I think Mr. Lamb did a really good job in presenting that to us, and was really earnest in his calculations in coming forward with the number that he did for the construction employees. And also for the maintenance employees, we're just a little hesitant in going forward with that precedent. And if you have any questions, I'd be available to answer them.
Commissioners?
No questions right now, thank you.
Likewise. Commissioner Policing?
Yeah. I apologize, I'm just looking for it in the packet here. The employee housing provided calculation. All right, I'm pulling this up.
Would this help?
Here's the printout. The chart, that's what I'm looking for. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Employee housing square footage to be provided. There's a discrepancy there from the staff recommendation to the updated appeal. Staff recommendation is 115.31 and the updated appeal is 90.17. I was hoping you could clarify where the discrepancy there lies.
The difference between that is in the total employees generated. You multiply that by 400 square foot per employee going forward. And so one is smaller than the other. And so there's going to be a difference between the amount of affordable housing required for fewer employees.
So really the discrepancy there is what the maintenance employees generated.
Exactly. It's wholly where it
Yeah,
is. Sorry about that.
I just had one question on the memo, and we'll hear from Jesse in a minute, but did I understand correctly that Jesse has accepted your proposed suggestion?
He first initially submitted some employee numbers, and after meeting with him, we made an adjustment to those, and he was accepting of those, of the changes for which are in his appeal of the construction employees and maintenance employee numbers that he generated.
Okay.
And we unfortunately came back later after analyzing further, regarding whether we should accept the maintenance employees and operation employees. Just, we were uncomfortable setting a precedent for that, and they're just based on, it's really difficult for Mr. Lamb and for us to, know if someone is going to be in the residence, for the full life of the building. And we're comfortable with that for construction employees, but not for maintenance employees.
To answer your question further, once I received the email that they were willing to honor the operations and maintenance aspect, I replied with an email that I was wholeheartedly upset and intend to argue against that fact.
Okay. Well, I think it's time to hear from you, Jesse, so you have the floor.
Thank you. And after, having sat through just a moment's worth of your previous discussions, I'm aware that you are extraordinarily busy, and this is probably considered a relatively small line item for the Board of County Commissioners. But in that same breath, I would like to state that I truly believe this matter to not only be of importance to me, but of all county residents who intend to attempt to build homes here and stay here and live and work and flourish here. So with that, I only have a few things that I'd like to say. And first and foremost, I would like to just make the statement that I reject the planning department's resolution that they've presented to you and their recommendation to you. And one of the sole reasons behind this is that throughout the course of the process of obtaining the building permit and working through this appeal and the affordable housing mitigation fee in its principle and nature is plain and simply the county's involvement and further involvement in a private citizen's attempt to build their own home. I think it's quite unfortunate that they have such a degree of power and persuasion with this fee in particular to make restrictions on design elements for any private citizen attempting to build their home within the county. And I'm not, proposing some grossly exaggerated second home of 4,000, even 3,000. I mean, after I've made adjustments to the foundation, I'm still within 2,100 square feet. I'm building a modestly sized home for my family. And that's a part of the entire argument here. But with that, I just would like to move forward and move past this situation. I'm sure you're all looking forward to do so yourselves. I would like to just make one final request to the board and county commissioners. And, I could sit here all day and try to argue against it. And I have gone through every avenue that has been laid before me in an attempt to try to resolve this situation, even dating back to when I had first learned of the fee, which you may or may not recall from our original appeal hearing, was completely unknown to me, to the point to where I had already designed the home more or less, or at least the foundation and footprint. And I have gone through thousands of dollars in change orders in an attempt to accommodate the county and their listed exemptions, which on a personal note, I disagree with. Again, for another time, we could discuss all of that. But anyways, for the long and short of it, I'm sitting here today more or less out of principle. And I would like to make one final request to the Board of County Commissioners. And I do this in a manner because I know that you all are so conscientious and worrisome of setting any form of precedent. And I understand that from a legal standpoint. You don't want to put yourself in a position of liability. It's obvious, it makes sense. But I would like to make this final plea to the county commissioners to waive the affordable housing impact fee that I'm subject to pay for the construction of my home at 28 Village Lane based on the following qualifications. And I'd also like to state that I think even if you set a precedent based on these specific qualifications, you will probably find it extremely hard to find an additional building applicant within this county who is going to be able to check off, let alone all of these boxes or even just a few. So to keep things short, and you can all move on with your day and everything, I urge you to waive the fee in its entirety based on the following qualifications. I have lived in San Miguel County for my entire life with a minimum of 20 years residency here. I have attended the Telluride school system, the Telluride R1 school system, from preschool all the way through high school graduation. I own and operate a business that is within the boundaries of San Miguel County. In addition to this, I have over a decade's worth of employment records working for a company that is owned and operated within the boundaries of San Miguel County. And finally, that I am acting as my own general contractor and owner builder in the only possible way I can see building a house of my own and to make that an affordable endeavor. That's more or less everything that I have to say. You know, I've worked very hard to try to work with you guys within all of the constraints that have been set forth with me, and the resolution that the planning department has returned with is just one more additional constraint that is contingent on a further involved relationship between the county and me while I'm trying, you know, I have so much that I'm trying to overcome already. And I understand that you have to have proof. I went forward with signing the construction affidavit that states that, yes, I intend to build at least 41% of my own home, you know. I understand that you try to get all that in writing and do your best on that end of things. And I'm kind of approaching this matter a little bit more with a sense of heart, you know. For the planning department to come back and say that they are unwilling to honor the operations and maintenance aspect of the fee, which the workbooks that you see in this packet were compiled and generated by myself. I took it upon myself, like Mr. Kubner said. I met with planning and tried to ascertain a possible way to move forward. And we didn't really come away from that meeting with much. And I took it upon myself to compile these workbooks with as honest of a representation. And in regards to the operation maintenance, I feel quite modest about the adjustment to that calculation. But I've put in my work here, and for them to come back and say that they're not willing to honor the operations and maintenance and continue to restrict any sort of refund in this fee, it was somewhat of the tipping point for me. And, you know, I don't want to take up much of your time, but this is a point that I felt valid in bringing up. September 5th, you know, 12 days ago, my son was born, which I'm so enthralled about and excited. But it was on that day I received this email from John, you know, that states, we can't guarantee you're going to live in this home for 40 years, which that is so obvious. You can't guarantee anything in the span of 40 years. I'm not even 40 years old, you know? You can't guarantee any of us are going to walk out this door and some catastrophic event is going to. But on that day of all, you know, the whole point of my appeal is that I'm trying to build a home for my family here. And I could argue at least 18 years on that day. Anyways, I know you don't take heart into these matters, but like, I feel that this appeal has I shouldn't have even undertaken this fight because, like I said in my original appeal hearing, I'm aware, like, I'm not coming into this with any sort of like legal teeth, you know. I'm a community member here, lived here my entire life. I'd like to stay. And these fees, I know you're trying to solve crises on your own end of things, but I'm afraid that the due diligence was not in place to not continue to protect the residents of this community. You know, and I I feel like I'm not asking much, and I've argued till I'm blue in the face, and I've gotten to this point now where I just can no longer do so. I have to move on from this situation. So, those 5 qualifications that I think are justifiable to set any former president to waive the fee. I ask you to do that not only for me, for any future resident who wishes to stay here. And if that's unacceptable to the Board of County Commissioners, then I intend to respectfully and voluntarily withdraw my appeal. So I'm not going to continue to work with the county, and I know that's probably in your eyes a small task in order to continue to get affidavits throughout the course of my construction. But as I can say with no guarantees, I was as honest with my calculation and the reduction in areas that I see fit for myself to be able to undertake the specific trade skill in question. But things do happen, I understand. And I'm just overwhelmed, honestly, with having to work with the county on seemingly simplistic situations to only be met with responses that seem devoid of any and all common sense rationality or practicality. And I just can no longer, for the sense of my own mental health and well-being, continue in that light. I want to just get back to building my house and move forward, So, let's just put it to bed.
Jesse, there's no hurry here from our point of view. You mentioned several times that we're busy. This probably isn't a big issue for us. It's true, we're busy, but so are you. And we always take the time that we need to think things through, to hear from all sides. So please don't feel that there's any need to rush this, and that we have no intention of rushing it either. I also wanted to make the point that you're talking about county interference with a private citizen building their home. Unfortunately, we all live in an incorporated in a county, and there are regulations that we all have to face. And I'm sorry that your experience has been so difficult, but it's just part of living in a society. And this board actually does have a pretty big heart, and all of the regulations that we establish and the decisions that we make are in the best interests of the residents of this county, not necessarily an individual, but the residents as a whole. It's just the way, unfortunately or fortunately, county government works. I would like to clarify, is this kind of an all or nothing thing for you today? Are you saying that if we can't approve your request for the $11,000 fee, along with affidavits and so forth, that you would just rather pay the 19? I'm unclear.
Yes, that's where I stand today. If you're unwilling to waive the fee on the 5 qualifications that I see fit, then I'm just going to walk away from this situation.
That's certainly your prerogative. I would not suggest that you do that. I mean, there is a middle ground that's been suggested. But I made a note of all of the principles that you outlined in terms of your rationale for a waiving of the fee. And when I read all of those describe a local resident, and we have programs for local residents. And what that program is, it would allow you and allow us to waive that fee, is for you to deed restrict the house.
May I interject?
And I know it's something that you don't want, but that's the best way, using our heads and our hearts, we've been able to figure out to waive these fees for residents who have lived here their whole lives and own businesses, went to school, worked for 10 years. That's what we've come up with. And unfortunately, I don't think that we can make an exception just for you when there are other people in the community who meet those requirements as well. But that's my point of view. I'd like to hear from the other commissioners if you have questions for Jesse or comments.
I'm a little unclear, Jesse, when you talked about the affidavit, do you need to continue to correspond with the county throughout the duration of your project?
To the extent of my understanding, and planning can obviously elaborate on this, just from having read their recommendations to you, it would require me to at least get back in touch with planning before CO to make any alterations and adjustments to the construction employees generated workbook if I did in fact end up employing those that, you know, I have exempted from this
If there's a
work.
change, yeah. So there's.
I don't know to the extent that they're, you know, like, is planning requiring invoices, or is, you know, I mean, is planning requiring on my own personal standpoint in hours log throughout the course of my project is plan, you know,
Let's find out. John, how do you foresee just this verification process? Is it gonna be really complicated and continual, or is it, we're gonna take Jesse at his face value calculation and call it good and shake hands and be good?
So
Want to do it?
if you look at the suggested motion, there's conditions recommended. Mr. Lamb will sign an affidavit with sufficient detail to identify and attest to his hours of work on the construction, demonstrating he did not employ other employees in those aspects of construction efforts. And this goes to the alternate calculation where he's shown that a certain percentage of the work will be undertaken by him and not by others. And, you know, hence the reduction in the employee generation. You know, we're really not getting into the specifics of the form, you know, the form that affidavit might take. But you know, somebody, attesting to the fact that I said I was gonna do this and I did it. You know, that's really it. And then we do go on to say, in the case where Mr. Lamb employs others to provide construction efforts identified here in the fee reduction, he will report such work to the planning department prior to the issuance of the CO to recalculate the employee housing mitigation fee and pay any differential. And, you know, as we, you know, noted here today, life happens. And, you know, if something significant happens that Mr. Lamb isn't able to, for whatever reason, do that work and does have to hire somebody, then, you know, then that should go back into the calculation. You know, that's fair to all the residents of the county who are subject to this fee. You know, it's fair to all the citizens. That if, you know, we verify that conditions are actually being met and followed through on.
That's very, that's something that. I was just gonna suggest, commissioners, we've had a couple conversations about these fees, and recall one of the conversations I had with John about this particular process is, you know, none of this is about Jesse. We trust Jesse because he's been here and we know him, right? He's been around longer than I have. And so, but we know there will be others who use this avenue. And so we want to build the program in a way where we ensure that those folks at that point in time go through this process, right? And I appreciate John's approach to this and Kay's approach to this. And they are giving an opportunity for what we've talked about previously as a true up at the end of the project to make sure we get it right. And if that means that that Jesse did 60% of the project, right? We true up one way or we true up another. And so I think, you know, ultimately as staff, we're trying to defend the process as much as possible because we know it doesn't end here with Jesse. We know that we will have an application next week, next month, next year for somebody to do their own work. So we just want to make sure that they do it as well and as true as anybody else.
Thanks, Jared. I appreciate that you mentioned that it could go either way. Jesse could do more work or less work. Sure thing. What I think I heard you say, Jesse, is either you want the fee waived entirely, or you want to pay it in its entirety, or do you want to go with the 14 that we have negotiated, or nothing? I'm not quite sure what you're asking for yet.
I've already paid the fee.
Yep.
Obviously.
We're gonna rebate.
And, you know, this is not an easy, you know, like throughout the whole course of people who commonly are building in the region, you know, they have resource to be able to try to overcome hurdles such as this. They have financial resource to be able to employ lawyers. They have architects that are in their pocket or favor. You know, I mean, my architect is just simply a friend that I grew up with here who did me a favor by being able to give me a, you know, a discounted rate in an attempt to get all the construction documents that I needed. And where I'm getting at with that is that just, you know, I'm so overwhelmingly exhausted with the situation. And I have so much more to accomplish. Just bags on, you know, that like, I don't know, every continued hurdle and roadblock and fee, it just like, it beats me down. And so that's why I kind of came to you with this all or nothing. And, you know, Kay outlining the end of the road affidavit is something that, you know, was obviously not necessarily clear from reading the packet. There was a lot of unknown in the language there. And I know that you think that it's just foolish to walk away with nothing, but can you see where I'm coming from?
Can I understand that you're tired and you've got a lot on your plate? And I still don't quite understand.
But like, I could argue against, you know, like, and I don't.
Let Lance finish.
I'm almost done.
Yeah.
And I just am not clear if you are asking me to either keep your money, which you've already paid, as you said, or give it all back to you, or if you are asking me for your request for the 14 grand or nothing. And or the 11 that you asked for. I'm not sure what your all or nothing proposition is. So if you could clarify that, I'd be curious. With that, we'll figure out the number and you can decide what you want to do, but I'm not sure what you're asking me.
What I was getting at with what I said was that I would urge the county commissioners to waive the fee in its entirety, or I will respectfully and voluntarily withdraw my appeal, or you can deny it outright, whichever avenue just closes the matter.
So you're saying that you're not wanting to?
Well, what I'm getting at, Lance, is that, and again, you know, the contingency and continued oversight with the county on this construction of my home, I've just about had enough of it, you know? And I've gotten to the tipping point. And a lot of that is based on emotion, obviously. You know, receiving that email the day my son was born was upsetting. And I just feel like I've worked hard to try to work with you. And so I got to the point where I was like, you know what? I'm done. If it's means that you give me 4,900 back, but it has me continue to be tied to this county in any nature. And this is all obviously, you know, aside from the point that I'm wholeheartedly and intending to move forward with the building department and receive all my inspections and go all through all the avenues to get CO. But in regards to this matter, you know, I just can hardly take it any longer.
Jesse, I hear you. I really do. And I can feel coming off of you how distressed you are and exhausted. I would really urge you not to make this an all or nothing decision for the board. I think you would be leaving, you know, whatever 19 minus 14 and changes on the table, $5,000. And I understand though that the reason you do that is to just be done with all of this oversight and everything. I'm wondering if we could just spend a few minutes simplifying the conditions and the motion so that it's more clear what you would have to do at the end of this process. So, and not only is it clear, but that it's simple. And I wonder if you'd be willing to work with us a little bit on that.
I'm willing to hear what you have to
For
say about it.
$5,000.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm on a game show.
But, you know, a part of, yes, obviously, I'm willing to hear the specifics into exactly what it is that you would require me to have. And I feel like that would actually be more than I've received up until this point in time, because every open avenue into attempting to adjust this fee has been continued to be met with resistance, which again, I understand where you're all trying to come from. But I truly believe that my case in particular, just even if it is set as somewhat of a case study towards revising and changing this fee to work in favor of people or not against people, particularly in circumstances such as mine, that's really important, I think. And I think you should all take it very seriously. You know, I know that you've adjusted the exemption, you know, what you can do in order to exempt it. And I can argue against each and every one of them. You know, the 2,000 square foot living space is not adequate in my own personal opinion. The planning department and their use of mechanical space is inappropriate. And I'm aware that you're being sued over this fact right now. Because even in the 2018 IRC, which should supersede the San Miguel County Land Use Code, it states very clearly that mechanical space is not considered living space within a home. I don't understand how the county has the authority to be able to make these sorts of decisions when, in my opinion, they seem, you know, for lack of a better word, somewhat shady, you know? And deed restricted, yes, you offer that as an additional. I could argue against that plainly because I know deed restricted, you know, members of the community who are losing their homes because they're under the thumb of the San Miguel County Regional Housing Authority, one of which who was remodeling his own home, somewhat similar to myself, but because he did not have those hours in place that the San Miguel County Regional Housing Authority says you need to have to qualify, he built his own house. And they're trying to basically forcibly remove it. I have, you know, I mean, it's endless. I know that the deed restricted housing situation is your best attempt at trying to solve a housing crisis, but it in of itself is flawed in so many different ways. And I touched on this in the last hearing, and we could probably all go round and round on it for the rest of the day. But what I'm getting at is, you know, your exemptions need revision. And I've worked towards trying to get closer to those exemptions. I've tried to play ball throughout the whole course of it. And it just, I feel like I don't even know.
Jesse, thank you very much. I am sitting here realizing that this is a quasi judicial proceeding and the back and forth is generally not appropriate. And I've let this go on and I feel like I heard from you. I think I heard you say, yes, you would like to take a few minutes to see if we can get the conditions to a place that you would be comfortable with. And if you are, then I think we would have an opportunity to vote not on the whole fee or, you know, up or down, but on a compromise position. Unless any of these commissioners here are interested in voting on a complete waiver of the fee. That's something that, if I'm right, is not on.
Let's do that.
I don't think that the evidence presented here can really waive a fee based on what's in place. I would like to discuss options for revisit on the maintenance calculation. I understand that we don't want to set precedents here, but I'm just wondering if there is some sort of a mechanism to put into place to look down the road to see indeed, or like Kay is shaking her head no.
Well-
I just, for someone who is building their own home and clearly lives and works in the community for their entire life and has intent of not moving and has intent of maintaining their own domicile, I do wonder about that fee, but I wasn't present at the past hearing. I was absent for that hearing, and perhaps this was hashed out in greater length. And I think I'm opening some conversation that's maybe inappropriate or feels that there's some sort of precedent setting here, but I question that. Just, I'm coming back to the original intent of setting these fees to build funding for community housing. But at what extent is that creating really challenging barriers for members of the community who are contributing to the workforce and are kind of the stock of people we're trying to help in the process of securing housing in our community. I'm a little bit of at odds with this particular piece.
Can I just address that?
you
Because
may.
I was not involved in developing the housing mitigation fee, but have a little more experience. And my understanding is that it was developed and then actually revised with all of this in mind. And that's why we have the deed restriction exception. That's why we have the 2,000 square foot exception, which was raised from the original 1,800 square feet. And I'm absolutely willing to relook at certain elements of the fee structure if this board thinks we need to, because it's still onerous for locals. I don't think that's something that we can address today. And I think that if we were gonna do that before, if we wanted to continue this hearing again, it could be a couple of years before we get to that. So I do think that we should try to work with what we have here. Something you did say, though, was the point about maintenance employees. And we know that people who live and work here and live in their homes are much more likely to be taking care of them themselves. And Jesse made an argument for that. We have disregarded that completely, not on the construction part, but the maintenance part.
Just to
And
clarify, I'm specifically talking about me.
I understand, yeah. And so I would be interested to hear from staff why they made sort of a binary decision here, and if, as Galena suggested or asked, is there some way to provide some relief in that area, knowing that Jesse is so handy and does work? Yes, Mike.
It's something when John was presenting that I wanted to ask a clarifying question, and now it's kind of at the forefront. There's
Sure.
some other things to try and expedite this. So after I asked that, I'm curious also, we talked about that this initial affidavit and then the follow-up when he goes for a CO, and I'd like for planning staff to speak about what is the level of verification that we're requesting? Is it simply a sign off and an estimate? And then when he comes back, he's saying, you know what, if something changed and I have this person, or I was able to take on this much more. And is it simply an affidavit? So I'm putting those out there for you to think about. But the first one, I heard you mention something, John, about 40 years. I thought that when we were looking at the maintenance for the duration of the existence of the home, maybe, 100, 200 years. Is it looking, what's the time frame of maintenance? Because I do believe Jesse will be maintaining 90+% of his home for the duration he lives there. But what is the duration of maintenance of that is generating this amount of employees? Okay,
Employee generation is based on a 40-year period. And and that's not because it's the life of the building. It's the career of the employee. Typically, we'll have about 40 years in us, from when we first enter the workforce to when we leave.
Okay.
Some shorter, some longer, but 40 is, considered pretty much average. And so for that reason, our employee generation study looks at the number of construction employees creates full-time equivalent and then divides it by 40 because it assumes a construction period of only 1 year. Whereas maintenance looks at the full 40-year career that employee or employees would have to be housed. So that's what that 40-year life is.
Thank you very much. So with that in mind, the amount that is, the updated appeal amount is 43.7% less than the original fee calculation. That equates to 17.2 years out of the 40-year period in reduced time, such as, Jesse would be living there for approximately 23 years and doing that maintenance, which, given his age and his duration and everything, I think that's a very reasonable assumption to make if you wanted to use that rationale behind going with this updated appeal amount.
Yeah, so what you have here, if you're looking at the staff recommendation in the report, the updated appeal was, as it was submitted by Jesse. Construction employees, we agree that what he's presented to us so far is demonstrated, we accept those numbers. He did present an alternate maintenance calculation that dropped the number of employees because sometimes there's things that you can't do yourself. In that 40 years, do you need to re-roof your house? Do you have plumbing problems? Do you have furnace problems? Whatever. Some of those things you can do yourself. Sometimes you have to hire outside help. So you basically, your options are: 1, uphold the fee as originally calculated. 2, approve an amendment or approve the employee generation with the modified construction but not modified maintenance. 3, the third option is approve the alternate employee generation with modified construction employees and maintenance employees. And then of course, 4th would be to just, grant the whole appeal and I think we've already heard that that's not going there. And then if you look at the second or third options with the alternate employee generation, you then have to look at whether or not what's been presented so far is sufficient, or do you feel that there's a need at completion of construction to demonstrate that what was attested to was in fact met. Now, we're not going to do that for the life of the maintenance, the entire life of the house on the maintenance thing. I mean, that is totally the government getting in his business until forever. Right. So you've got, in the recommended or in the sample motion, a requirement for an affidavit at CO. Do you feel that's necessary to protect the county's interests? And if you feel that that's not necessary, then you could approve an amended calculation without that continued oversight.
Just 1 second, Jesse. I personally think it's appropriate to have an affidavit because, as somebody mentioned, this could go either way for Jesse. So I think it's an opportunity for him to indicate that he's done more work or less work. My concern with it is this vague language about with sufficient detail to identify his hours of work of construction. And so I would just suggest that we revise that, and maybe Maura, you could look at this while we continue our conversation. But Mr. Lamb will sign an affidavit attesting to his work on the construction of his home, indicating that he did not employ other employees in those aspects of construction that he indicated he would undertake himself. Something like that, that just says, I did what I said I was gonna do. Or he could adjust it and say, I didn't, or I did more. I think it has to be rewritten better than that. So that it can work both ways. But I don't think we need to have any sufficient detail. I think for Jesse and for any other person who might qualify for this kind of exemption, their word is sufficient, particularly after we have detailed calculations. how do the other commissioners feel about that?
Figure that if Jesse was dishonest, he could fudge a log just as easily as he could fudge an affidavit. So knowing that he is honest, I'm happy to take in a one affidavit, which is already estimated, and final see that nothing changed, or things changed in your favor, or things didn't, and trust that you'll be fair and square about it.
And I think if you just revisit the worksheet that you provided, is this your work, Jesse, this here?
Yes, with alterations from
Yeah,
planning,
no,
and may I comment just on,
But yes, let me just finish. I'm agreeing with Lance here. I mean, you know, if you could just eyeball this worksheet at the end of the project and indicate if there were significant, you know, meaningful changes that would adjust the number, that would be sufficient.
and I was going to elaborate on that and offer this workbook as a relatively plain and simple matter to be able to alleviate any differences that are made. You know, I mean, it's based on construction workers. It's relatively simple. And, you know, within reason, another affidavit at the end in order to secure CO is not asking a lot to revisit this. What would be asking a lot is, you know, a comprehensive and elaborate set of hours on my own part, because
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
in it,
About that.
I
Just a simple
I
affidavit.
think that's fair and simple, and it just seems like a heavy lift, what was potentially suggested there. I think this is a good,
Okay.
good checks and balance. We have to have that checks and balance in place. I do believe that to protect the county's interests and understand that nobody's taking advantage of this
and,
situation.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Just 1 second, Jesse.
So yeah, I think that's.
Okay, so we're in agreement on that. While we continue the discussion, if staff could kind of finesse that language so that it simplifies what we're asking of Jesse and also makes it work both ways in case he ends up building the whole house himself.
So, yeah, question on that, so just to clarify, are you suggesting that the second condition would be that based on that affidavit, the fee could either be increased or decreased further?
At Mr. Lamb's word, yes.
Right.
And we would want to require the same level of attestation for both a fee decrease as a
Yes.
fee increase, just
Oh, yeah.
it was consistent with the sheet submitted. Or it wasn't, I did more work. Or it wasn't, and I did less work,
Correct.
without any. Like further demonstration of what that work was.
Correct.
And actually, the second condition in here only visualizes an increase in the fee due to him not doing as much work. It doesn't visualize us issuing additional refunds
Which
if
is
he
what
did
we'd like
more
to do.
work.
We'd like to leave that door open as well.
So then I'm just looking at this spreadsheet provided, like. Carpet subcontractor to be determined. Perhaps you decide you wanna put in your own carpet, right? Like that's maybe a place where you. Can tick away at this, but I mean, I am no. Contractor, but I know that doing plumbing and heating is a certain level of skills that it would make sense that would probably get subcontracted out.
And
These skills are what they are and require a certain level of expertise to perform.
And I would like to, you know, state that my career is in the construction industry, and I have, you know, I attempted to design these workbooks with the trade skills that are, I tried to be as honest and sincere about where I do truly believe I'm going to be acting as my own subcontractor within my own means. You know, I'm aware of my skills and resources and
I
tools.
think we're all clear on this. I'm only cutting you off because this is again a quasi judicial hearing and it's not necessarily supposed to be so much back and forth. But I think that the direction that we have made here is consistent across the three commissioners. Is there any concern from staff? And we haven't finished, but in terms of simplifying those conditions and also allowing it to work both ways. looks like it's happening. So while they work on that, I think we need to just address the maintenance employees and whether, I don't think that we can assume that Jesse's gonna live in there for 23 years. That's just whoever does that. I mean, maybe some people do, but, I appreciate you trying to give us a way to calculate that, Mike, but I'm not sure that's it. Does anyone have any further thoughts on how we might, alleviate some of that piece of it?
May I comment just briefly, Ms. Brown?
Just one second, Chris. Got it.
There's two things. I
Yeah.
apologize. I need to leave to go to the CDOT meeting for Norwood Hill Rockfall right
Okay.
now.
Yep.
And if you are going to go clarified, employee attestation for the fee to go up or down, I would just suggest that you set it at a full level. So that if, when we have potentially hundreds of thousands or millions of dollar, similar requests that come down, and not that those are similar, but so that the same standard isn't applied to perhaps somebody with $1 million fee. That they could simply do it through attestation. I do think that we're at relatively small dollar amount if things were misunderstood forward or back
Very good point.
versus something that has maybe an $800,000, a large chunk. I gave Jared my other things that I wanted to report, so you can share those later.
Thank you, Mike.
And
Martha, we understand. Thank you for handling that meeting.
thank you.
Rita, was there something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I mean, I get that it's like finding a technical calculation here might be really challenging. I just think that the 5 factors that were presented here absolutely play into what I would rationalize as a homeowner's ability. Yeah, and so I guess I just take issue with this a little bit. It seems I don't know a clear way to solve this, but I am having a hard time grappling with laying this fee down, knowing that having good faith that Mr. Lamb's going to, based on his skill set, based on his tenure in the county, based on the fact he's a new father raising a family here. By the way, congratulations for your child. It's exciting. I just.
Okay, Fritz, do you have the
That's
thought?
where I'm at.
Yeah, I understand.
Got an awkward way to get us where I think Karina's trying to head. Mike gave us just, let's believe that 23 years is a pretty good run in the house and that who knows what'll happen after that. Another way to look at this is between the 11,120 and the 14,220 is about $3,000. If we just agreed that we're talking about 40 years and half of 40 years is 20 years, and half of 11 and 14 is $1,500. I could wedge those two different ratios together and come up with let's add $1,500 to 11,120 and move to make that the final fee. And that incorporates Mike's logic, it incorporates Jesse's longevity, it incorporates the possibility that in 20 years Jesse upgrades or changes his house or does something else. But we're not talking about, as Mike mentioned, millions. We're talking about $3,000 total. I'm offering a way to think of it that splits the difference in my eyes fairly.
That makes sense for what we're dealing with today. It's gonna be tricky to figure out how to apply that as precedent.
I mean, if it's as simple as just, I'm not trying to roll anybody over in this situation. I will take responsibility for the things that I say. If it's a matter of just like, we take those amount of years and divide them down into single years and I sell the home in say 8 or so, and we have a signed affidavit that says if you sell this home, you have to pay us back. I mean,
We don't have a way to keep track of
Yeah,
that.
Jesse, you don't want us to have to, you don't want to fuck this.
I'm
up.
just trying to throw out,
That crossed my
I mean,
mind
and this
too.
is all just
Some
like,
sort of a deed restriction or something, but it's for, as Lance said, a matter of a few $1,000s.
which is
And
a lot to me.
it is a lot to you.
It's a lot to all of us.
And also a lot of hours of more of what we're going through right now, which we're trying to avoid, right?
Yeah.
So the operations and maintenance aspect of this fee is also based on a 25-year-old generational job study that is surveyed of general contractors in some of the wealthiest counties in the
Sorry,
nation.
Justin, I'm gonna cut you off because we can't go back to that right now. It is something that's on our plate to address, but that's a fundamental part of this that we can't get at today. Boy. Staff, do you have any suggestions? Obviously, we're not super comfortable with,
We've got dueling drafts right now, and I'm trying to kind of.
that's okay, because we're working on a different issue actually right now.
We're working on
The amount for the maintenance of maintenance employees. I mean, it's possible we could make an exception that we would continue that says if it's a person who lives in their house, although then how do you verify that as opposed to a second homeowner? This is something we don't really do without the deed restriction, that we could make an accommodation.
I'll be in agreement to just, you know, I'll change my position and say that planning's decision to not uphold the operations and maintenance, just to make this all simple for all of us moving forward. We've come to an agreement more or less now on the construction aspect of the fee, it sounds. I do employ you to continue to see if there is, you know, like, this whole fee needs to be very sincerely considered, all the different aspects of it, but that one in particular definitely takes some keen eyes to try to determine what's fair. Cause like I said, you know, I mean, it's based off of a study that like people are employing housekeepers and nannies and cooks, and like, I'm not doing any of that.
Okay, I hope you got a babysitter every now and then, Justin.
I have my mother that lives across the street. I'm building a home that's sizable enough to have my mother-in-law come and stay with me.
I think I heard you say that you would be comfortable if we just went with the current scenario 3 with the staff recommendation. Galena, I know it's not super comfortable for you, but I just don't see a way that we can resolve this without amending the code, which we are not able to do today.
Move to approve the alternate calculation of employee generation per LUC section 5-1303G. The construction employee calculation shall be 0.144625 as presented by the appellant. And the maintenance employee calculation shall be 0.14365 per the land use code, resulting in an impact fee of $14,220. The Board of County Commissioners adopts resolution 2025-29, finding this takes into account the construction labor to be provided by the appellant in the construction of his residence, but uses the land use code calculation for the maintenance employees with the following conditions. 1, Mr. Lamb will sign an affidavit.
Lance, I think we have staff
Good
working.
language, yeah.
Yes.
This is where we need the language.
So we have Mr. Lamb signing an affidavit attesting to his hours of work on the construction as represented in his request for alternate calculation and demonstrating he did not employ other employees in those aspects of construction efforts. And that's number 1.
Okay, sorry. Demonstrating is the hard one. I think indicating might be a better one.
And that makes it sound like I need to
Put a lot.
present my hours and
Exactly.
log.
Just sign, and we're gonna believe it.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you reread that with the?
Okay.
Amendment?
So Maura's version.
Okay.
Mr. Lamb will sign an affidavit attesting whether the amount of work completed by himself on the construction was consistent with the employee generation worksheet submitted as justification for the reduced fee.
And this is at the end, in order to get CO to come back and look at the calculations in the workbook and determine if there were any alterations and additional employees.
That's just point 1.
That was point 1.
Yep. Okay, that works for me, Jesse and commissioners.
So far.
Okay.
Okay. Point 2. In the case where Mr. Lamb employs others by construction efforts identified here in the fee reduction, he will report such work to the planning department prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy to recalculate the employee housing mitigation fee and pay any such differential. That's 2A. 2B. In the case where Mr. Lamb undertakes work he had indicated in the alternate calculation as being undertaken by others, he will report that change to the planning department for recalculation as described above. Should that difference result in a reduction of 5% or more, and that's dollar value, in a fee reduction, of 5% or more, the planning department shall issue a refund of that amount.
Okay. So if it's 4%, he won't get the refund because it's too small to bother.
So we're working with a $14,000 fee. 5% is $700.
Okay.
If we're setting a precedent here for future scenarios that are similar and it's a $800,000 fee, that 4% could be substantial, so I am just questioning whether.
I think we should do it no matter what the difference is. I think if he's gone to the trouble of submitting it, which he probably wouldn't if it wasn't a big difference, we should honor that. I don't think what we've addressed in these suggestions is Mike's concern, which is if it's a huge difference, because it's a huger fee, that we have no backup. It's just, somebody's word that we don't know necessarily.
So, we have a little bit of precedent of late, we did have the Hayden View appeal where they came in and demonstrated after the fact that they had in fact reduced the floor area. And in that case, we did a recalculation. So, we have been doing that, but yeah, so, so then the second part of 2 would read, in the case for Mr. Lamb undertakes work he had indicated in the alternate calculations being undertaken by others, he will report that change to the planning department for recalculation as described above. Should that difference result in a fee reduction, the planning department shall issue a refund of that amount.
That's fine.
That works.
But it only works for someone that we trust without backup.
So what we need to do is put a postscript on all this saying that this only applies to building of less than 2,200 square feet. Can't do that. Can't shake in your head.
Let's not be putting.
Can you see Mike's concern though? If we have some.
Why don't you say something like, if this results in a refund of more than X $1,000, appellant or whatever this person is called, will provide documentation of this difference. Like it's only if it's a big amount of dollars that they have to provide documentation in their favor.
Percentage, just use $700, because $700 is a big dollar contract, that's nothing. And
No, I think it should be more than $700.
But this seems like an additional sentence, not.
Yeah, an additional sentence.
Or an additional commission.
Exactly.
In the event that the change
Results in a refund of more than the.
greater than X amount, documentation of employees generated or hours worked will be required.
Yeah.
How about $3,000? I just made that number up.
I was thinking 5.
5 people. There you go. Jared.
Yeah.
May-
Oh, yeah.
May I just clarify, because that was a little bit of a protracted motion-making effort, so I would ask that we restate it.
Yeah.
For the record, so we can
But-
make sure we get it right.
I agree with that, and also let's just finalize that letter C, 2C. And maybe a dollar amount isn't a good idea because dollars are all over the place, maybe it's a percent more than a 5% refund, something like that of the original fee. 10%,
Those could be large numbers.
okay.
Yeah, there's a percentage is the concern that. It continues the concern Mike raised, because on a very large fee, all it would take for someone
Okay.
is to say, yeah, I did this amount on my own at 4.9%.
Gotcha.
Just as something that we would rest on in some manner, our capital level or capital construction for the county is $5,000.
Let's rest on 5.
So I'm just trying to think of that limits exposure if the refund is more than $5,000. $1 million project, they may put up that paperwork quickly.
Yeah.
If it's a, 2,000 square foot project, that is a much bigger ask, so.
Thanks, that's helpful. I like that, Jeff. Okay,
5,000 it is for 2C.
yeah, so just read us 2C, please, and then read the whole thing and make sure that Jesse and the commissioners are comfortable. Thanks for bearing with us, Jesse. You're
Yeah.
helping a lot of future
That's hopes.
Okay, so we're gonna tag team this. Mara's gonna read 1, I'm gonna read 2A and B, and then she's gonna read 2C.
That works. Can we start with 2C though, because we've never heard that yet?
So in the event that such differential results in a refund exceeding $5,000, documentation of hours worked and employees generated will be required.
Bingo.
Yeah, yep, perfect. Okay, from the top.
Okay.
Do you want to remake the motion and we can read the conditions?
I will make the same motion that I made minutes ago as presented in the packet with the following conditions.
Condition 1, prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, Mr. Lamb will sign an affidavit attesting whether the amount of work completed by himself on the construction was consistent with the employee generation worksheet submitted as justification for the reduced fee.
2A, in the case where Mr. Lamb employs others to provide construction efforts identified here in the fee reduction, he will report such work to the planning department prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy to recalculate the employee housing mitigation fee and pay any differential. 2B, in the case where Mr. Lamb undertakes work he had indicated in the alternate calculation as being undertaken by others, he will report that change to the planning department for recalculations described above. Should that difference result in a fee reduction, the planning department shall issue a refund of that amount.
2C, in the event that such differential results in a refund exceeding $5,000, documentation of hours worked and employees generated will be required.
So moved.
Second. How do you vote?
I vote aye.
Aye.
I'm voting no.
The motion carries 2 in favor, 1 against. Okay. Thank you, Jesse.
So what? Did I win?
You went down from 19,159 to 14,220, and more work than you anticipate. You will get a refund. If you do less work than you anticipate, you will owe whatever that difference is. And you just need to sign an affidavit saying that.
That's before the certificate of occupancy, because I've already signed an affidavit that states I intend to undergo at least 41% of the construction in my own home.
Correct. So you will need to sign another affidavit indicating that that's what's happened, or if there's a significant, change that's worth adjusting, you'll make that change.
In the meantime, we'll be processing a refund of slightly under $5,000, if not this week, next week.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, staff, for your work on this. Perhaps this table could use future instances. Provide very useful tool.
Okay.
Okay, moving on now. I apologies to the Fresh Foundation and Norwood Food Pantry representatives. We are now on item 11A, discussion with the Norwood Food Pantry about their required move from the Norwood School District. We have Stephanie Grieve here, Executive Director of the Fresh Foundation, and I also see April Montgomery. Oh, you're here for the next. I am, but you're interested in this one as well. Okay. Stephanie, welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Well, as most of you are aware, I think I've been in communication with many of you. The food pantry needs to vacate our current space at the school's annex building by the end of the year. And we received notice of that in mid-July. And we have been diligently working to find a solution for a location for the pantry. Currently, the school district is needing to have us vacate for the crossover between student-client on Fridays. When we signed a lease back in 2023, classes were not in session at school on Fridays, and now they're increasing programs. And so classes are in session occasionally on Fridays, and there's just a growing need for space. The food pantry currently pays $100 to the school. And so what we're running into is a lack of facilities in Norwood that are available, that have adequate, that are adequate in general. We're facing high rents. A lot of the spaces that we have available are dilapidated. People are not interested in renting. It's an evolving every day. I'm sort of, learning more, researching more properties, and we've gotten to a point where we need to start making decisions. The food pantry has been, or the Fresh Foundation has been, largely volunteer-led for the last 10 years. And I was hired in July to shore up and strengthen and build donor relationships and fundraise. And right now, we do not have the capacity to take on the rent of a potential $2,000 a year or a month. So that's going to increase our rent to, it costs us $48,000 right now, it's going to increase our operations to around $80,000 a year, which is not something that we are able to sustain long term. We are asking for your support to help us find a temporary location so that we can plan. We're in a really reactive state right now, and we need to just be able to move forward so that we can sign a lease agreement so that we can start planning long-term for a solution for the pantry. I've explored, I think I said, about 20 buildings here, and we have about 3 viable spaces, and it's really sort of getting dire. And we serve over 400 households a month, which is a really significant portion of the county. A lot of our people that we serve travel to Telluride, and they are traveling to Telluride, and they live here on the West End. These services are really important for our community. And with the increases or the decreases in federal funding, we don't really know what's going to happen. I've applied for a significant number of grants in the past couple of weeks, and we just don't know what that looks like for funding for us. And so when the federal funding cuts went into place, a lot of our grants were written in the fall, so we haven't applied for anything in the spring. So right now is our granting cycle, and we're not going to know until mid-fall to early December what those results are.
Okay. Questions from the commissioners?
I don't think I have a question, but I will say, Stephanie, thank you for stepping in this crisis situation. It really doesn't matter where your 400 clients work to me. They're San Miguel County residents, and they can work in Egnar if that's where they need to go. But it does matter to me that your work continues. And I see this as a similar request to the Telluride Medical Center's request for emergency funding some time ago. When that board approached us, we were able to come up with the money that they needed to stay afloat and buy some time. And the medical board has been able to reverse course and come out of a nosedive. And I believe that Stephanie is going to be able to pull that off as well, although I don't know how yet. With that, it seems you're asking for $16,000 for the next 2 years. We are not able to budget 2 years in advance, but only 1 year at a time. So, because we can't bind future boards.
For sure.
Budgetary requests. However, I would be willing to discuss $16,000 for this year, and we'd have to figure out where to get that money out of which budget. And we might have to establish other parameters Like if the food bank weren't able to find the lease, would that money come back to the county or would that money vanish in a puff of smoke? Questions like that.
So the 16,000, is that, for calendar year 2026, or is that like starting now? So, yeah.
That was my question to you.
Okay.
If we could get it this year, that would be fantastic. Obviously, we need to know what we have in the bank to be able to enter into any agreements. If we get it in 26, we need to know obviously what we need to fundraise for. So that would at least take care of a year for us to understand where we stand financially, to do outreach for donors, for grants, all of those sort of things. So I understand that you can't proactively tell me what you can give in 2027. We were just hoping for more of a solid plan in place so that we can put a plan in place, if that makes sense. Yes.
And with all of these grants unknown as to
Yep.
whether they will be awarded, that will create some more clarity on the financial situation. And that
Yes.
can be a good trigger to, come back to the board for a future request in a future year. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I know, I also should state I'm on the board of the Fresh Foundation, so I'm very privy to these concerns, and the board has been trying to navigate this for months. And it is all just it came in a very, none of us saw this coming, is what I'm trying to say. And
Right.
so it's been a real pivot and react kind of situation. But with all the federal cuts, there's been a lot of convolution as to what funding will look like moving forward for the food pantry and other applications for the food pantry. So I'm getting out that long-winded answers. Maybe, we could come to some agreement with what we can fund for this year.
For
and then
2025.
For 2025, and then I suggest that, once the grant asks are more solidified, you could come back and ask for more funding when we're in another budget cycle.
So I feel like, we're in our budget cycle right now for 2026, so it's probably a good idea. Well, certainly to at least address 2025, right? And if we were gonna address 2026 after the Fresh Foundation has a better understanding of grants, would that be too late for our 2026 budget process? Jared, I'm looking at you.
And I do believe our community support requests have closed at this point.
Yes, this would be an emergency funding.
This would be in addition, but we can still think of it prospectively. We can kind of emergency put it in line for the 2026 year. The question I would have for you is, I believe if you wanted to make emergency funding available in 2025, similar to what we did for prime time, we would look around in our budget and see what resources we have available. If we want to allow them to apply, for the 2026 round of funding for community support funding as well, that.
I wouldn't advise that course because that is unfair to the applicants who applied upon the schedule that we all agreed on. But I would be willing to just entertain this request as an emergency funding request to support a critical part of community infrastructure.
For 2025, yeah, I that's where I would go as well. And the question is it the full 16, which is basically a request for 12 months of support, right?
Yes.
That's how it was sort of calculated, or do we just give part of it? I'm embarrassed to say, I can't remember what we decided about prime time, and I am so concerned about not treating folks fairly. Can someone remind me?
Well, so because prime time is, there's the ECAP funding mechanism.
Oh, yeah, we're
So the
splitting it.
third of the request went to ECAP to go into their reserves that comes from a mill levy. And then a third the county committed to, and then a third prime time is approaching Montrose County. Actually, that happened 2 days ago. I haven't heard a follow up on what decision was reached there, but
That's right, we split it three
We
ways.
said, we split it three ways and the rationale there was because there is early childhood, the levy in place and there's reserves based on that funding mechanism. And then a third of the students enrolled at Prime Time are Montrose County residents. So we were hopeful that that Montrose County would also contribute to that request.
Thank you for that reminder, my friend with the younger brain. Yes.
With that, it does lead me to ask you the question, Stephanie, do you have any data on your clients or some of them from Montrose County, but because the county line's so close and this is an obvious place to come for food, do you keep any track of that or not?
We do. I would have to look that up, and it's our link to feed through Food Bank of the Rockies. And we do have a certain number of clients that do come across county line and that utilize our pantry, mainly for our sort of fresh.
Are you approaching Montrose County for support?
I can do that.
It says in the memo that 70% of the clients are from San Miguel County.
Thank you. I missed that.
Yeah, it's, okay. I feel like, I mean, do you think we should ask her to request 30% of this from Montrose County?
Can I
April.
jump in there?
April, public comment.
Montrose County, Montrose County heavily supports the Weston Family League, which has a Weston food bank. So there are Norwood clients that go there, there are Weston clients that go here. There's always been a really nice relationship between the two food pantries. But I would think that Montrose County is going to say they give free space, they have given a free building to the Weston Family League, and they do support that food pantry. So seriously, because you can go to either one, if you live in San Miguel County, you can go there. I doubt they would support here.
Super helpful. All right, let's keep this clean.
All right. With that discussion, am convinced that it doesn't matter where your clients come from, that we are the food bank for this end of the region and that we should support it. And to the tune of 16 grand in 2025.
I'd like to do the same. Jared, do you have any idea of where we might get the $16,000?
I've got a couple of ideas. I'm sure we can find it in our current appropriations, or we will be bringing a supplemental appropriation to the table in December as well. So I think if you guys make this commitment, we can, similar to Prime Time, write an agreement, execute that agreement, and make a payment in the current year, kind of the same kind of terms.
And does that include the fact that they would pay it back if they're able?
Yes.
Which is what we've done in the past.
We can't legally make loans, but we do ask for repayment if the various agencies find themselves in a ability.
Which we don't necessarily expect for this institution, but if you should find yourself a wonderful benefactor,
yes,
please remember the count. Okay, then I imagine we need a motion.
That is correct, and I will try to cobble one together and move that the county appropriate $16,000 in emergency funding to support the Norwood Food Bank to be paid in calendar year 2025 with documentation and paperwork to be provided by staff to the Norwood Food Bank.
Good. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. I as well. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, commissioners. I really appreciate it.
We appreciate the work you're doing. And the Fresh Foundation overall. Thank you. All right, friends, does anybody need a quick bio break? It's about 2:30. I'm seeing nods. Okay. Let's, sorry to the Terra Foundation on your MOU, but we will be back, let's say at 2:40, just to be realistic. Thank you. On my paper.
Is that rare?
That's rare. Hello, San Miguel County. It is, let's call it 2:40, and we are back for the final version, final chapter of our regular meeting on Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. We are on agenda item 11B, approval of the chair's signature on a memorandum of understanding with the Terry Foundation to establish a collaborative partnership between the county and the foundation to prepare for, mitigate, and respond to emergency disasters, including but not limited to wildfire events within San Miguel County, including the management of funds for community preparedness, immediate disaster relief, and long-term recovery. Present in the room to review this with us is April Montgomery, Vice President of something at the Tower Foundation, Vice President of Programs. Hi, April.
Hi. Now, is Jennifer Dinsmore not online? Because I've worked really closely with Shannon and Jennifer on this effort.
They must have given up on us.
Yeah, and well, there's a community wildfire protection meeting at 3. And so I too am running to that, but I'm happy to just say that it's been a pleasure to work with Jennifer and Shannon on this. And I guess it's been reviewed by your county attorney. I will say that we had talked to many community foundations across the state who have experienced disasters and fires. And it became apparent to us that we should be working hand in hand with our emergency managers. And there is a role for community foundations. And we are happy to take on that role of, obviously you all are the lead when it comes to emergency management, but we want to be in a supporting role. And so that's kind of what this MOU is about, and just really thankful that we have this county to work with. Hopefully we'll never need to do anything in response to this MOU, but we want to be prepared.
Like the preparedness part anyway.
Yes.
Thank you, April. The Terry Foundation just keeps giving and giving and contributing and elevating our community. So thank you for the big picture and for this in particular. As I said a minute ago, have no questions or comments on the MOU. It looks terrific to me. Lance has some notes, or that's the agenda.
I move to approve the chair's signature on a memorandum of understanding with the Telluride Foundation to establish a collaborative partnership between the county and the foundation to prepare for, mitigate, and respond to emergency disasters, including but not limited to wildfire events within San Miguel County, including the management of funds for community preparedness, immediate disaster relief, and long-term recovery.
I second that. How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously.
Wonderful. Well,
Thank you all.
the foundation looks forward to working with you and your management staff, emergency management staff. And we are starting a San Juan COAD, Community Organizations Active in Disaster, to help bring in all the organizations to be in a prepared state. So looking forward to that too.
That is big. We chatted about that a little bit last week because Shannon shared that with me. That's terrific. Also appreciate your zip on that.
And thanks for the work that you're doing.
Yeah.
It makes so much sense to me, that just that outreach that the foundation has, the community, it's this completely different arm of reach.
Yeah.
And the work that you've done now, just with films and awareness around wildfire preparedness, and just reaching out to the community on how they can be involved and prepared and what resources are available. It's really valuable.
Yeah, well, we think it's a super important issue and it affects all of us. So glad we're working together. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Take care. Okay, moving on to item 12, manager matters. We have our deputy county manager speaking for both the county manager and himself. Carry on, Jared.
Thank you, commissioners. First off, I wanted to, since we're talking about wildfires, Carmen had forwarded an email that we received that there is a prescribed burn going to be happening on our west end at the, just northeast of Dove Creek. And we may see smoke. That's going to be on Friday of this week. So we just received that from BLM notification. And so just for your awareness, if you haven't read that email and for community awareness, you might see a little smoke from that prescribed burn a little later this week.
And I assume that will be posted on social media preemptively by somebody.
I believe the BLM Trace Rios field office will have it on theirs, and I'm sure that we can work with Megan to get some notice out for that as well.
Maybe you could just, whatever, repost or whatever magic you perform, Megan. Thank you.
I think commissioners probably know, but Mike, myself, many of the other county staff have been really involved in budget preparation over the last couple of weeks. That continues for about another week, and then we're compiling the draft. Really glad that we got the audit done today, so we get to just immediately flip gears and get the budget process. And a lot more to come on that in the very near future, but that's coming together nicely. We're happy with that, and thank you for the direction last week on that. We have Coteau County Lines this week, and so that'll be tomorrow at noon. Megan is helping put together a great show for that. Couple fun items. We finally got an executed agreement with San Bernardo HOA for Pathfinder exploration. So we are trying to engage, and Dre is working really well with Right Water Engineers to hopefully get that testing done this year. But we're checking on drill rigs and trying to get that moving. But we're excited to say we finally got the terms, and we're moving now. So trying to get those things going. Mike wanted me to mention that there are CCI steering committee items that are coming up. And he mentioned, and I took a picture of his notes. Specifically, there are discussions coming up regarding a number of those priorities that we were expressing, including county excise tax authorities, Prop 123, and what the current state is with the minor cuts that were made and a few other things like that. SNAP benefits, real estate transfer fees, county enforcement authority is something that's being considered, which is some counties pass ordinances. We do have some ordinances allowing enforcement on some things, but I think it's being explored more broadly at the state level.
Barry, before you go on too much longer, do you have a lot of other things to say about CCI? Because we've been in conversation about that, the commissioners, just in terms of logistics. Steering committees meet tomorrow, and those are the subcommittees, if you will, that kind of refine legislative proposals. On October 3rd will be the all counties meeting at which the counties vote on priorities. I'm out of town, that would normally be my duty, but the other two commissioners are gonna split that day. And I will agendize the discussion of the final proposals that come out of the steering committees, probably on October 1st, if not the week before, depending on when they're ready. I'm waiting to find out from CCI when those will be ready. So as we did with CCAT, when we went through those possible priorities and weighed in on them, we'll have that discussion at a Board of County Commissioners meetings, and then Mr. Waring and Gleason can take that to the vote on October 3rd. Does that make sense?
Great.
Okay.
And you're just probably conveying what Mike wanted to make sure was conveyed.
Okay, good.
So I think that we can go from that. The only other update I wanted to provide is we had a meeting yesterday with Logan Simpson, Kay, myself, Drea, and others. And the SSR is going to start getting information in the upcoming week. They're going to get a packet, and that packet's going to have some homework in it, just both to read about the project, get kind of oriented to the project, and then think about some of the things that may be impacting our ability to do housing development. We are slated to be getting together on October 6th in the afternoon. So Logan Simpson will be in town on October 6th, 7th, and 8th. And they will be spending Monday in Telluride along with the SSR meeting that afternoon. They'll do a listening session on Tuesday in Telluride. Then they'll be going to Mountain Village, Ophir, and then on Wednesday, they'll be coming to Norwood and spending some time in Placerville and soliciting community engagement, one-on-one conversations And then obviously the engagement with the SSR group, so.
So has the SSR been notified that their first meeting is on October sixth?
That is going out, I think, tomorrow. So,
Okay.
Again, with a packet of information that I just reviewed that yesterday with the team and we're making the final edits again.
Do you know what time that first meeting will be?
I think it was gonna start at 4 o'clock.
Does that work for the chair?
Make it work.
We did find some space. I think we've got the program room at the library booked for that because we know it's a pretty good sized group. And so we're negotiating the exact places right now, and that's what we're getting now.
A couple other things on the community housing or the housing code update.
Yes.
Glenn, did you get your question answered about whether that group will be looking at the housing mitigation fee? Do we know if that's part of their
I did not get that.
scope?
I did not get that answer now. Hey, it's not.
Yeah, I'm not here now. Do you happen to know either?
I think
Or is that
that
settled?
if that comes up as a impediment to affordable housing, it is a piece of the code, and I think it would be something that could be considered. It's just a matter of, how in depth, what would the solutions be? I know that it took a long time to develop it to begin with a very focused effort. So I don't know if, amending the housing code or the land use code for housing is the right vehicle for that conversation, but I'm sure it will be part of the conversation. There will be, ideas garnered from the process that could be instructed.
It might come up from within the SSR, as you said, we've had input from various people about that.
Yeah, there's individuals who have been appointed to the SSR that have brought up ideas, and concepts and concerns about it, so they might just bring it to the table there.
Perfect. And then Jared, I think I emailed you, and I'm sorry if you responded and I didn't get it, about under the BOCC, getting a little overview of what the other public engagement program looks like in addition to the SSR. This is a priority for us, that we have a, really robust and appropriate, and frankly, I'll use this word again, not duplicative, kind of community engagement, not duplicative to all the other surveys and all the other needs assessments we've done. And so I'm curious to take a look at that without getting too in the weeds. What do you think about that, and how do the other commissioners feel? Is that something that you're interested in as well, or do you feel like you can let staff run with it?
I mean, I'm interested in it. I think it's very important. I trust staff's ability to, based on the direction that we have given, that I think they've heard that and are working on it, but getting an update soon on what the plan is for that would be a good thing I'd like to hear.
And I can at least say for my part and in my participation in this, that, just looking at even that first week, most of that is just public engagement, not necessarily with the FSR.
Right.
But spending time, actually scheduling one-on-ones to have anybody from the community visit with the representatives from Logan Simpson to discuss their concerns, right? And so just looking at that first week, they're gonna be here for 3 days. They're gonna be spending about 3 hours maybe with the SSR, and the remainder of their time, they're going to be digesting with staff and doing public engagement at various locations. So.
Do you think it is possible for either you or Logan Simpson next week, is it next week? No, sorry, the week of the 6th.
Yes.
To just show us a one pager of what that whole program looks like?
I think it is, we're actually getting the display ads developed now to put in the newspaper. And
I don't mean just for that week, but for the whole public engagement process.
I think we could give you at least what we know to date.
Okay.
But I think that there are further end of this project, some ideas that we have for engagement that we haven't hammered in.
Okay.
So I'm happy to develop that for next week for a brief update.
Just a brief thing. Yeah. I'm so sort of shell shocked or PTSD or something from the last couple rounds of, where the public didn't feel like they were engaged in planning, and I just feel really strongly about having a little more oversight than we traditionally have.
I'll put that in there.
Thanks.
You can also just make a note. I don't know, maybe Drea could follow up with me on this, but I think it would be really worthwhile to have outreach to the facilitators who've been working on the West End Vision project, because they've had focused discussions on housing and have some really like, tangible takeaways from those robust year-long conversations that I think would really be an efficient way to get that information as far as Norwood residents, and their thoughts on housing. Because sometimes engagement is tough and I want to make sure that voice is heard. So I think that would be a good direct line to that information while they're still working on this project, but just do a wrap up. Great idea.
I've got that note, so I'll follow up on that with Drea and may reach out to you for good context. I think it's Michaela.
Yeah, well, Michaela, then these representatives from community builders.
Great.
I can get her all.
And that's really all I have, but happy to answer questions or.
I have a scheduling question.
Sure.
Commissioners, and I know we're out on 8th, I believe.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, basically I've been entertaining going to Mountain Town 2030. And then there is, which you also, I had it in my inbox, Lance, but thanks for sharing the agrivoltaics county official workshop happening in Longmont. So Mountain Town 2030 is on the 7th and 8th, and this agrivoltaics workshop is on the 9th and 10th. I was entertaining attending both of those, that conference and that workshop, and knew that you were gonna be gone, and so I was just wondering about potentially deferring that meeting on the 8th. Organized for that meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, that's an important thing to talk about. On the 8th, so far, I'm looking at our upcoming meeting schedule, we have, the district attorney from the 7th Judicial District, Anna Cooling, coming to talk about her budget memo. And then that was the date also that we were planning to review the, community, what do they call it? Community grants, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would be, yeah.
Are you going to be out of town but able to zoom in, or are you out of town and?
Unable to zoom in.
Okay. Those are both important. Is it possible that we could cancel the 8th and find time to accomplish those goals, either the 1st or the 15th?
That is a question for staff who have scheduled these agenda items. Carmen, why don't you start with the community grants?
And that's fine. We just threw a number out that we could work with.
Okay.
I just needed to give them a deadline of when I needed the recommendations from the 2 other departments. And then when, with Cooling, I can reach out and ask her if we could push that just a little ways.
We could move that to the 15th. I think it would be valuable for Galena to attend Mountain Town 2030. And if the agrivoltaics is of interest, you should keep going or stay put or linger. So
Yeah, I mean, I
there'd
just
be a lot
thought
of
it
good
would
learning.
be, like, if I was in the neighborhood,
Yeah.
I could attend that, but it would make no sense to drive to Front Range in my mind to attend an agrivoltaics workshop, but if I'm already gonna be there. Absolutely.
Fantastic. Jared, as our key budget schedule person, how do you feel about punting or shifting those 2 items to October 15th?
I think that would work. We do have the kind of draft budget will be prepared for the 15th, so we'll have some placeholder numbers we'll end up putting into that budget for those various items. But we know that, you know, we're gonna be having a lot of conversation thereafter. So it's not gonna be injurious at all. We'll just know a couple of the line items in that budget that's published that day will be dependent on those conversations.
And will we be discussing that budget on the 15th or just publishing it?
We'll be doing a really high level kind of walk through the big picture that we pulled together with all the departments and what our suggestions are to move ahead. And of course, one of those suggestions will be hammering down all the decisions with community support funding. And then, you know, the district attorney will probably just use her last year's number, and then we'll have a discussion of what the differential.
Okay, so I'm just looking at what we have on the 15th. If we have the preliminary budget, we have a lot line adjustment that is typically fairly efficient. Check in with prime time, follow up with the TMVOA declarations, which I understand is perhaps less complicated than we thought. And then a new appointment. I feel like we can handle those two items that we had scheduled on the 18th for the 15th. Or we had them on the 18th, so we will, sorry, we're moving those two things from the 8th to the 15th, and I think we have plenty of time for them. So let us say that we are canceling the meeting on the 8th. Here we go, done. Great, thanks for bringing that up, Kalina. Yeah, sounds like time well spent.
Yeah, I think it'll be. A lot.
Okay, great. I'm noting that next week, where are we?
I also want to follow up and say
Yeah.
that Chris Hazen is giving a presentation at Mountain Town 2030 on the PEZ program.
Great.
And so I think I wanted to be there to kind of support him in that presentation as well.
Fantastic. That's great. And Star will be going as well.
Right.
Yeah, that's great. We'll be well represented. Okay, all right. So for next week, so far, all we have on here is continued discussion of our goals, but I imagine other things will pop up, Carmen, for the 24th.
There was one other thing. Someone, I'll figure it out.
Okay.
One other thing that was mentioned today.
Okay, that might be a short one then.
Yeah.
All right, Maura, or I think we're done with Jennifer matters, yeah? Moving on now to item 14, attorney matters. We have a whole hour allocated for that, Maura. What do you have for us?
Have anything for you today?
Oh, doggone it. Come on.
We're staying in.
Well, you know what that means.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
How do you vote?
Aye.
I saw.
As well, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. And more especially, thank you to you for catching us up on our schedule in a matter of moments.